Yeah. Yeah, I should be more awake now.
Got your cafecito, bro?
I don't really drink coffee to wake up.
Really?
But I slap myself awake and I just rub it
Okay.
off.
All right. That's fine. All right. I guess we can start. So this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna start. So normally we have a different server that's a little bit inclusive. People will probably talk more about it towards the end. But I want to have like a discussion because usually when we have these discussions, we see if we're like agreed to the same page. Maybe we're like, hey, did you guys like read about this or find out? And sometimes, even though like we agree on a lot of things, there's some differences. So we're just gonna talk about like a Hebrews 10. We could probably transition into other examples as well because that's how natural conversation flows. And we're gonna go have a healthy discussion because of course debates between different schools of thought, there's a lot of like pushback. But within our church, within the body of Christ, is a bit different. We should not act that way, and it's a good practice to do that for the rest of the world because obviously we're supposed to draw people to the gospel, right? Um, yeah, I guess we can just start. So I'll let PB talk for a bit. PB, with Hebrews 10, I think it's what verse 27 is what we disagree upon. Do you want to state
Mm.
uh, what's your view on it, and then try to see what's my view, and to see like if we can reconcile or we just stay at our differences.
Yeah, so um I think it could come down to logical interpretive differences.
Hmm.
I've written on it, and for some reason my computer is not loading it, but I've written on it, Hebrews 10:27. I have a Hebrews 9 to 10 commentary on it as well. And basically, um, so I would say Hebrews 10:25. So people start at 26. It actually really begins at 25. That's where the warning is. Um, it's a warning about it's basically a warning about judgment befalling on those who apostatize. Okay. Now, a lot of the book talks about that as well.
Hmm.
Oh, for some reason, I can't reload. Okay. It's like Hebrews 6 as well talks about it. Hebrews chapter, why is it not connected? Hebrews chapter 2 as well. Hebrews chapter 3, talking about unbelief. And so the book deals with apostasy a lot, specifically apostasy, um, away from believing in the sacrifice of Christ, the Messiah. And so, and this is for Jewish Christians. Now, in their specific cultural, historical context that you got to consider when exegeting,
Hmm.
they are apostatizing to Judaism because they came out of Judaism. So they're apostatizing away from biblical Christianity over to Judaism and the temple system. And so that's why he says there's no more sacrifice for sins because literally they thought they were trying to go back to sacrifices to please God, but those weren't pleasing to God. It was anymore. It was the one sacrifice of Jesus. So that's why he says in verse 25
Hmm.
that he says, "Hey, don't forsake the gathering of yourself together in the Christian church, um, and go back to animal sacrifices, because there's a day approaching." And I take again specifically with Hebrews written around AD 64,
Hmm.
69, with Jerusalem approaching, with the Roman armies coming. I think contextually the day approaching is the judgment of 70 D. No, I'm not a preterist. In case someone wanted to impute that to me, I'm
Yeah.
not a preterist, but I think this specific context is dealing with that, just like in Luke 19, just like some passages in Luke 21. And I can develop that further why I think that, but it quotes Habakkuk 2, again, temporal judgment on Israel. It quotes Isaiah 26, also temporal judgment on Israel in verse 27. It quotes uh it quotes Deuteronomy 32, again, temporal judgment on Israel, um, for apostates. So You take all of that together, look at those passages he's quoted. Oh, wait, it makes perfect sense. And so I think the fire is not talking about hell. I think it's just talking about uh, temporal judgment. Yeah.
Yeah, so I that's where we have commonality. So you and I do agree that I don't think it's talking about hope because just looking at the text, it may seem because the way I was describing initially, it does give off the impression, but actually like assessing without reading into it, um, with the information of what this chapter and the whole book itself, I would lean to it's not talking about punishment because
Mm.
usually when it talks about fire, it could mean a couple different ways. It doesn't have to mean hell. I think Matthew 5 is a good example where it says
Mm.
it talks about like correct me if I'm wrong. I think there's a specific kind of judgment. And if I'm not mistaken, I actually took notes on it recently where if you come to present your offering, before you do that, reconcile your trespass against your brother, or something to the lines of that. I know I'm just like roughly paraphrasing, but there also talks about like fire, and so it just wouldn't make sense in the context of hellfire if it has nothing to pertain to me and a fellow brother within the faith. So here, without reading hell into it, I actually can see that it's talking about something more profound, which is like, um, I would argue that in verses 22 all the way to the end of the chapter, it really just pivots, but it doesn't stray away from the theme, right? So I think yes, the context of Hebrew 10 where it talks about like speaking to the primary audience, which is Jewish believers, but I think it's also pivoting and addressing to the secondary audience, which would be the body of Christ. Because I know that maybe we can visit this afterwards, because we kind of disagree on John 10 with the flux becoming one. Um, I do see that there's an application between unbelievers and believers. So just like in First John was it First John 1 verses 8 to 10. I remember I used it with somebody specific, and I was actually editing in that video where uh, if we were to adopt like a Gnostic or Docetic mindset where everything physical is evil, and then by extension we can't conceptualize God in the flesh, that's gearing to either by indirectly, directly proposing an idea that we cannot have sin at all because right now this is like a temporary prison in their mindset. And so that's like a deception that shouldn't befall on the church. So I don't find it like a coincidence that all epistles warn of this thing. Like here are these incorrect doctrines and mindset that the unbelievers hold on to. We shouldn't as believers. So I see the same thing being done here because it states with verse 22, and when it transitions to 26, like it meets a hypothetical. Let us draw near. Let us hold fast the profession of our faith without wavering. So these are things that are encouraging us. Let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works. I don't see this us as like a two different corporate like Israel and church. I find that they're both applicable to them. Um, the Hebrews are converted to Christians. This is something that should be implored and encouraged. Same thing I see as church. If either or wants to quote this, they're fine because it has double application. So there's this corporate language that's being used here that I find. Now, that continues on verse 26. Okay. Well, let me read verse 25. For not forsaking the assembly ourselves together. So it keeps on that plurality. And then finally, 26 with the corporate, right? For if we sin willfully after we have received the knowledge of the truth, there remains no sacrifice for sins. So there's retaining the theme of this chapter, right? We don't have to rely on the Old Testament sacrifices because they fulfill their purpose and to establish the new. You know, we're under new priesthood, we're under a new grand priest. We can have access to the holiest of holies by using the Old Testament pointing to the new, and then under this new system that's both integrating as the body of Christ, whether it be uh, Jewish Christians, Messianic Jews, whatever you like to title them, and Christians today, we all follow under that category. And so this is the expectation what happens if we sin fearfully. So here's a condition: if we corporate, and then what is the condition that has to fall under? Sin willfully or deliberately, right? In other translations, this is what's to expect for us. But a certain fearful looking for of judgment and fiery indignation, which shall devour the adversaries. So this one I'm reading the was it the King James version? I think the NKJV says it look a little bit different. But so I this is like the difference between how you understand and I do it, because when I see an and, I don't think it's like a compound judgment. I see as two different judgments being mentioned, that when God is delivering a punishment or an expected judgment, one is aimed for the believer and the unbelievers. For instance, like John 3 is a good example, being born of water and spirits, and a conjunction or compound birth, but it's one that happens after the other. It's a consecutive one. Passages that include like this gives you an implication that it clearly is a successive thing. For instance, it says one must be born again, implying that it needs to be born once. So I know that when it includes and, it's a separate. The Trinity itself, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, it's not one over the other. It's a rather than being two, it's three things, but they're not compacted in the sense that people conflate with. That's why we have so many differences and understandings of Trinitarian, whether it be biblical or heretical. Um, let's see if I'm trying to remember. John 17:3 is a good example where it talks about you, Jesus addressing to the Father, are the only true God and Jesus Christ. So he's speaking to someone third person, but he's including himself in the Godhead of the Trinity. So when I see and here, that's, if I'm not mistaken, in the English, it is, let me see if there's a dialectic mark here. No, there isn't. It's just where it says, which shall devour the adversaries. I think the comma there is showing like a difference between what the judgment is applied to us and how that plays out versus the judgment to the unbelievers. Because positionally, and this is what you and I agree with, we're not enemies of God. We're friends of God. I think the Gospels do a pretty good job conveying that we are a son of God, a servant slash slave of God, His church, His bride, but we're also His friend, or His beloved. So it doesn't make sense that He addresses as adversaries. However, that doesn't mean or negate that we can't build animosity or anonymity. I can never say that word correctly, or animosity towards God. Positionally, we're friends of God, but we'll jeopardize our relationship. And this is one of those forms that we jeopardize our fellowship with God. Uh, we can be like hostile towards Him. So I see a judgment that is expected to the unbeliever, and it's not just hell. There's other things pertaining to that. So I see this as like a response to particular groups. I don't see this as a solely for the believers, and I don't think it's a specific judgment like you said 7 AD. Maybe you have to like read a little bit more into that. I don't know if you want to augment more or flesh it out to see if there's some commonality there, but I do see this as like a result of what God warns in the Old Testament. Deuteronomy 18 is like, if you do these things, these curses will be applied to you. So I definitely do see the Babylonian exile and 70 AD not being prophecy or fulfillment, but just like, okay, they disobeyed God in this specific manner. This is the specific judgment that fell upon them because it's stated before. So they shouldn't be surprised that the Babylonian exile and 70 AD happens to them, because it's exactly what God warned them to. I see this Hebrews 10. I don't think it's specific, but I could be wrong. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
Yeah, so that was significantly longer than mine. So I would say regarding that a few things with the Kai. Um, so okay, so with Kai, right? The word and I don't for our audience, I don't want to get too geeky. I don't want to get too in the weeds here, but Kai it can refer to even, right? It can be an equation of two things, which is actually like 10% of the time. And so when people like pull up, oh, well, this verse means even, this verse means equation. Yeah, that's like the 10% of the time they're pulling that from. But like most of the time, it's juxtapositional, right? It means that it doesn't make a differentiation between two things as though they're completely separate, but that it's a separate way of the other thing. So like you're right about John 17:3, for instance.
Mhm.
It says, "This is eternal life, that they know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ." Now, whether or not Jesus Christ is adding himself in that text to the only true God is not relevant, because we know in First John 5 he is the only true God. So, like, theologically that's true. But in this text, yeah, the Father is and the Son are not the same. They're the same in one sense. So theologically, they're the same in one sense. They're the same being, but they're different persons. And so, going back to Hebrews 10, it says, but in the KJV, obviously, it says, but a certain fearful looking for judgment and fiery indignation. So, grammatically, it says the person who sins willfully, which in this text is apostasy. A lot. So, side point: a lot of people think that it's just sinning in a continual, ongoing thing. Something like that, like you're living in sin. Maybe, but I think contextually, I've heard from people like Scott McKnight. I've read his papers on it. I've read commentaries. It's pretty consistently talking about apostasy. And if a person apostatizes in whatever way, they're expecting this thing. They're expecting a certain fear for looking for judgment and fire indignation. So so I would say again the believer, because I think it is addressed to believers here. The believer who apostatizes, they're expecting two things:
Yep.
judgment and fiery indignation. Now, here's the thing, though. If you look at the NASB in your typical Bible app, you look at it on a Logos, you'll see that it's capitalized, which is an indicator from the translators that they're saying, "Hey, this is a." I don't know why other translations will do this, but it's clearly a quotation from the Old Testament. It says it's from Isaiah 26:11, which says, "Lord, your hand is lifted up, yet they do not see it. They see your zeal for the people and are put to shame. Indeed, fire will devour your enemy." Now, if you look in the context of Isaiah 26 and you look who are the enemies there, it describes the world, yes, but it also describes the apostates within the land of uprightness, or Israel, right? And so enemies, he's just pulling that quotation from Isaiah 26. And in Isaiah 26, there's no reason to suspect it's unbelievers necessarily, because you start to pull up passages. Well, for instance, James chapter 5. Well, no, sorry, James chapter 4. James chapter 4, which was written way before this, it says in verse 4, 6 to, I want to say 7. Oh, sorry. No, it's James 4, 3 to 4, right? It says, "You ask and do not receive, you ask amiss, that you may continue in your lusts. You adulteresses and adulterers, do you not know that the friendship of the world is enmity with God? Whoever therefore will be a friend of the world is an enemy of God." Right? So you're right. Positionally, friends of God, reconciled by faith in Jesus. Romans 5 is clear. But then there's also that experiential sense in your walk. You can be an enemy of, like, even Saul, who I believe was saved in 1 Samuel 28.
Mhm.
He was an enemy of God, right? Because he went against God's desires, went against God's will. And so, yeah, in that experiential sense, you can be an enemy of God, right? And I think Hebrews and Isaiah are pulling that exact same thing here, right? Um, and I think also regarding, you wanted me to show, okay, why do I think it's 70 AD? Well, the main reason is because Hebrews 10:25 references a specific day, and the judgment seems in connection with that day. It says, "For as you see the day approaching." So it's a day with visible signs approaching it that the readers would have contextually been aware of, that's connected with their apostasy. And also, if you look in Habakkuk, right, it also quotes from Habakkuk chapter 2, verses 3 to 4, but it flips it, right? Um, so in Hebrews 10, 37 to 39, right? It quotes these two verses. It says, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it will speak, and it will not lie, and not lie. Though it tarries, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. Behold, his soul which is lifted up is not upright in him, but the just shall live by his faith." Okay, so that's talking about, in context, the coming Babylonian judgment on the Israelites, and those who trusted in God, the faithful remnant. These people were going to survive, and their hope was going to be vindicated. You look at that in Hebrews chapter 10, he's basically saying the same thing. He's like, look, there's going to be a coming judgment on the people of God, okay, the nation of Israel. And he says, now the just shall live by faith, but if any man draws back, my soul, which is God's soul, does not have pleasure in that person. So it flips Hebrews, it flips Habakkuk 2, talking about the unjust man, talking about God,
Hmm.
not saying that God is unjust, but it just flips it. And it says, but we are not of those who draw back to perdition. We're not that unfaithful remnant. We're not part of those apostate Israelites. We are those who believe to the preserving of our life, right? Which is literally what the Greek says, the preserving of our life. People think it means salvation from hell. Clearly, I don't think it's salvation from hell. So I think if you take it all in context, that's most likely what it's talking about.
Okay, so I guess we'll talk about a little bit because like the reason why I don't want to say it's specifically 70. I think it just this punishment includes 70 AD. Like just
Okay.
like all the other exiles and like the nation of Israel suffered like through Egypt, the Macedonians, if I'm not mistaken, the Babylonians, the Roman Empire, um, even
So,
the
and,
Ottoman Empire as well. Like
yeah,
mhm.
and also just for clarity, I'm not saying that, well, I can't apply this passage to my life because that was only for them. That I'm not arguing that. I'm saying, look, what the readers would have understood by these quotations and what the author is intending. Yeah, I think that it's talking about that. But that doesn't mean that I can't take application from this, that I can't know, okay, God is also going to chastise me, and there's also judgment for apostasy. Yeah, I mean, I don't deny that. He 780 is one application, is one direct application of it, surely. But
Okay, yeah.
obviously, you can get that to the
I, I
application.
I would agree with that as well. It could be done as an individual basis and a corporate basis, is what I was trying to like stem from. Like, yeah, I think
You
that
know,
would agree. Okay, so I guess I'll go back to the difference with the enemies. So yeah, it's like we do agree that we can be considered enemies of God and are more experiential without like affecting our standing with God. But how come when it talks about Moses' law, right? It talks about a sore punishment. So is it sore
mm.
punishment between like a believer and another punishment that's like heavier than that within a believer? Because if it seems a little bit confusing if I go with that approach.
So yeah, so that's actually, so I would say if anyone wants to argue, by the way, if anyone's watching and they're not free grace and they want to say it's hell, look, if you want to say it's hell, the best point you're going to bring up is Hebrews 10:20, because it says if Moses, right, if those who despise the law of Moses, right, died without mercy, under two or three witnesses, which is just Deuteronomy 19, like multiple witness language,
Hmm.
of how much more punishment. So whatever this punishment is, or judgment in the context, it's worse than death. Okay, it's worse
Yeah.
than death. But here's the issue, right? Here's the main fallacy someone's committing with that. And I'm not saying you're committing it. I'm just saying anyone wants to argue that way. There are punishments, there are judgments that are worse than swift physical death, because that's what it was. It was stoning. You throw someone stone, they get hit with a stone, boom, they just die on the spot. There's differences between that and hell, right? So there's things worse than that, but they're not as bad as hell. There's significantly worse than less bad than hell. Okay, because you've just completely written out the middle in there, right? Look, there are a lot of punishments worse than death. I mean, even Job said, "Hey, I wish I were dead. I wish I were never born." Okay, you have prophets that were suffering under God's chastisement to bring them to repentance.
Hmm.
You have In Hebrews chapter 6, it describes a field, which I believe is a believer, a field that's cursed or it's near unto cursing, whose end is to be burned, to burn off the bad fruit of the field through severe chastisement, right? And of course, in 70 AD, what do you have? You have crucifixions. You have people losing their livelihood, people losing their families, as well, which is way worse than just simply death. And so I think that, yeah, the apostate, the reason why it's worse is not just because, well, it's a worse thing they committed, right? But the reason it's worse is because they did it to a more important person. Like if you lie to your brother, it's a white lie. Oh, you're gonna get in trouble with your parents. If you
Yep.
lie in a court of law, you're gonna go to jail. Okay. So the issue is who you did it to. And who you did it to in this text is Jesus, right? The one who sanctified you. In the Greek, it's very emphatic. It's an indicative aorist tense. It's a past action. It's been completed, and we know it's by Jesus' blood. So this person is saved who committed this apostasy. And it's very parallel to Hebrews chapter 12. I'm going to pull that up too. Hebrews 12, I would say actually Hebrews 12:25 is very similar to it. It says, see that you do not refuse him who speaks. For if they escaped, which is in context talking about the Israelites at Mount Sinai, if they escaped, who refused him who spake on earth, which is Moses, how much more shall we not escape if we turn away from him that speaks from heaven, which is again Jesus Christ, whose voice then shook the earth. But now he has promised, saying, yet once more I shake not the earth only, but also heaven. And this word, yet once more, signifies the removing of these things which are shaken as of things that are made, that those things which cannot be shaken may remain. And it says in the end, for our God is a consuming fire. Same idea of consuming fire in Hebrews chapter 10. So basically the idea, look, if they didn't escape judgment under Moses, we surely won't escape judgment from God. So I think that's the idea going on there.
Okay, I think we're bridging a difference here because I do see that. I think fiery is just another way of describing, for now, for the sake of not losing the audience, is righteous anger. Do you think we can agree on that?
Yeah, yeah. Another way of this, yeah, because God's fire, anger described as fire. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So then, um, if I read that into it, like if I was to substitute the words, I don't think I'll be incorrect now, because um, the fire indignation, we'll just call that as God's righteous fury. That's
Mm-hmm.
something to expect as a child. I love how you brought that up. I completely agree with that. Which shall devour the adversaries. I think that will make sense because either or, if we are positionally or whether saved or unsaved, God's fury or justice will be delivered regardless. It's just the
Yeah.
difference is how.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So the difference is how, obviously, if you're unsaved, just to recap, for the audience sake, if you're unsaved, then you're going to have wrath now. Romans 1 is clear. There's a present wrath on this earth. And that can manifest in different ways, like people practicing homosexuality and people, and, society spiraling downward and worse, and God's judgments on unbelieving nations. Um, and then if you die in that state, you're going to experience wrath in hell, um, which like Luke 16 describes as fire. And then at the Great White Throne, it's going to be your final sentencing. You're going to be actually judged. So like you're in jail, and then you get to the court, and then you're put in prison, right? Like actual prison, and that's a lake of fire, right? It's Bob Wolkin. I read from. He describes it as tolerable. Like it's not like fire is going to come out of your eyes or anything, but it's not a good place. It's not a good place at all. So that's for the unbeliever, but for the believer, they're going to experience I wouldn't like to call it wrath, but basically a judgment. God can be angry at them, frustrated, just like you would with a normal kid, although he's still gracious with them too. And then at the judgment seat of Christ, sorry, not the Great White Throne, you're going to be evaluated for your life, given rewards for the kingdom and stuff like that. which also in Hebrews 10 it talks about as well. It says, "Cast not away your confidence, which has great recompense of reward." So that's clearly reward language, judgment seat of Christ idea. Um, and it says that after you have endured, you may receive what is promised, which is the promised reward, inheritance. And so, I do see it manifested in different ways.
Hmm.
I do see it manifested in different ways.
Okay, so I don't think we kind of disagree a lot because I see how when it's mentioning, like you said, we have received the knowledge of the truth that is being synonymous with counted the blood of the covenant because it seems like God is just describing here his disdain and the disrespect. Like we receive the knowledge of truth, we're saved by the gospel, and then we do these things that we're not supposed to. And I guess I use an analogy to like complement this idea. It's like you're like like let's say, uh, let's say you're a criminal, right? And it doesn't matter what crime you did, and then eventually you become a cop. You committing a crime is much more severe as to those who are just like a regular criminal or just a non-cop. Like you receiving a harsher punishment because you know better is equivalent to us receiving the gospel. If we receive the knowledge of the truth, and I think it's like the whole entirety of like what God has and is the teachings, starting with the gospel and then whatever proceeds afterwards, we receive that as well. So it's like, yes, it is sensible to say that we will receive a harsher punishment in comparison to those that did not. So there's like a difference there because let's say somebody is saved and then they commit worse atrocities than an unbeliever. How does God assess that as a righteous judge? And I do see that that has to be a factor, and I'm like, okay, it needs to be equivalent. Whatever crime you committed up until that day and hour, right? Or either or of the judgment seats, it has to be perfect by not our standards, by standards of God. But we can't really draw comparisons or contrasting if we have nothing to be like, okay, this is what it looks to a believer and this is what it looks to an unbeliever. Like it's is it fair to say that you will have to present a dichotomy here because they died without mercy, we do. And then we receive a harsher punishment, but harsher in comparison to what? So do you think we can agree on that point that it includes unbelievers as like, okay, here's the difference how God delivers judgment towards its severity?
I would say regarding the issue with unbelievers, I'll say fundamentally, um it's weird though, because technically speaking, according to Hebrews 12, he doesn't chastise unbelievers. Because if because it says, if you are without a chastisement, you would be illegitimate sons, which would be not a son at all. And so, but obviously that's a second class conditional. That's assuming the opposite is true for the sake of argument, but obviously it's not true, right? Like it's saying, if Abraham was justified by works. Well, obviously Abraham couldn't be justified by works, so it's a hypothetical argument. And so, in the same way, technically speaking, I don't know how an unbeliever is judged in this life exactly. I mean, I know some aspects of it, but I will say I think fundamentally what you're saying is right in terms of, hey, if you're an unbeliever, you don't know anything about the gospel, you're just an atheist, you never believed in Christ. Yeah, I mean, God can't expect much of you. And so he can't really like chastise you in this life. There's no point in it. But if you're a believer, you've known the truth, you've come to the knowledge of it, you've been enlightened in Hebrews chapter 10, verse 32. Yeah, I mean, you're going to have more expectations because of that. Obviously, depending on your knowledge as well, because not all Christians have the same knowledge. But if you have that higher knowledge and you don't do anything with it, I definitely see that you're going to expect a harsher, like it talks about in Luke 12, talks about, one who knew the will, one who didn't know the will, that kind of stuff.
Hmm.
So, yeah, I can see that
Well,
a delegation.
well, the thing is, I'm not saying like they'll receive like the only thing that's being delivered is punishment, but I'm not saying that the exact same class of punishment. So you are right. Chastisement only can refer to his children. That makes sense contextually, it's a relationship with God. God says, "Call your father Abba." Like all of that, I completely understand. There's no dispute about it. But God still has to punish believers. But the thing is, when we hear that word punishment, we have to be a little bit specific on that because I know when it refers to punishment, I'm like, okay, punishment to believer, I'll associate with chastisement. Punish for unbelievers will be, let's say, I guess like
Well,
vindication or justice being served. Like
you,
would that be fine? Because like let's think of it this way. Let's say like a psychopath created did an unspeakable crime against a baby where like the only
right,
solution is death. Like
right.
they show no remorse, their brain is incapable, they had plenty of opportunities, full functioning adult. It's just unfortunately on this aspect they're not empathetic, they don't have sympathy, they're incapable of doing so. And up until that crime, he has committed other atrocities, but this one's unspeakable. We can't even like list it out. So that is a form of a punishment if we decide to kill him, because at this point we can say corporately we came to a decision being made. This person's irredeemable. Um, if we kill them off, that death penalty, which is what the Old Testament highlights in severity, to highlight with sin, um, they'll get justice being served. Because of course you only get two things: either you accept Jesus Christ as your atonement because that's admitting fault, and then everything that psychopath lacks, you're fulfilling it. If you don't, this is the expectation that you receive. Wouldn't this be addressing appropriate to believers because it will be like a deterrent? Like God is merciful, but because you've been saved by Him, is merciful, doesn't mean that you won't receive punishment harsher than those of what to expect. Like that's the angle I'm coming from.
So I would say, well, yeah, I think fundamentally with punishment, I like that idea. So I think basically, um, you know, for instance, it says in Isaiah 53, it says that the punishment that brought us peace was upon him, and through his stripes we are healed. Now that's talking about his death on the cross. In one sense, he took our punishment. People like to say he took our hell so we get his heaven. I don't like that language, but some people argue that. And so he bore the punishment of sin. He was a guilt offering for sin. He was not. I mean, if you read Hebrews, it's very clear. So,
Hmm.
but you know, uh, in another sense, he didn't take away all punishment. He didn't take away all because in the Hebrew, in the KJV it says chastisement. He didn't take away all chastisement. He only took one aspect of it, which is relating to heaven and hell. But obviously, if you're a believer, the punishment quote you receive is really about restorative. So in criminality, in criminal law, there's something called retribution and restoration for criminals that are deemed unfit for society. These people receive retribution. These are people that receive the death penalty. And of course, that's really expensive and it costs millions of dollars. And you need really high lawyers to determine that now. And some states don't do it, but there's retribution for that. Restoration um, is when you discipline someone, you put them in jail, you punish them for the purpose that they eventually get better. And of course, with now applying that to the Bible does not speak of restoration for unbelievers. I'm not a universalist, so obviously I don't believe it's not chastisement, it's not temporary, it's not some restorative thing in the lake of fire. No, once you're there, you're there. What he that is unjust, let him be unjust still. He will remain unjust in the lake of fire forever. Um, and so there's no restoration promised there. But for the believer, there is restoration in this life. There is that possibility of restoration so that they can repent. And so this punishment, I do see it. Yeah, it's restorative ultimately. It's restorative ultimately so that you come back. That's the purpose of it. Um, Although, again, it could be worse than that if you don't repent, right? Um, but for the unbeliever, yeah, it's retributive. It's retribution. So it can apply to both.
Okay, so I guess we're like almost on the same page. It's just the contingent point is the which of devour the enemies. Because I'm reading it, I'm hearing you. Not really disagree on much, except like I don't think on the 70.
I
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um.
I'm just trying to meet where you are, and
Yeah.
for the audience sake.
Yeah. That's fine. Because like for me, it's very hard to like actually try to come to the conclusion that it doesn't mention a different particular group. Like when I reread this again, which shall devour the adversaries, then it's a period. Then the next verse goes, he despises Moses' law died without mercy. Like I think the relevancy there is because it's including those that have done this and will, and so like it is possible that you can receive a harsher punishment for unbelievers. If these groups don't get mentioned at all, then the severity that's being highlighted of how much in like measure is the difference between like different types of punishment. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
I don't, what I'm not trying to say here is like, okay, this punishment is for unbelievers. I'm just saying it's mentioning this group to draw a comparison how much severe if they do this, like if they disrespect the gospel, disrespect the knowledge, it becomes written in your hearts. If you start to abuse it, it wouldn't be a surprise that we receive a harsher punishment from these group of people. Like it's kind of hard to conceptualize because some people don't even know or understand what is worse than hell. But there actually are things. Like if they get deep with the scripture, there are actually far worse things than hell, which is kind of like a crazy statement to the normal person, but there in fact it is. No, it really is because they can't really conceptualize because like think about this. You're in a place where it's forever, you're paying for sins that exist infinitely. Like you're sinning against an infinite God, your punishment should be infinite by nature. What is worse than infinite punishment? Which is, kind of hard to conceptualize. Like even sometimes I have hard times to even like drawing up comparisons to that, but um I guess I'll say it like this. Like imagine um like some people just rob millions and millions of dollars, right? And then you come along and then even though you didn't affect a lot of people, you somehow did a crime that's worse than that, like volume wise. Like what crime do you have to commit and receive a punishment that's worse than that when it affects in more than it just like a personal level? Like stealing somebody just affects like one person, it probably affects like micro. Like, okay, they lost on a day, somebody lost their page, they could probably get fired because they're not as vigilant, in comparison to like a higher degree where it's affecting multiple people. But then when we factor those in severity and volume, right? Let's say you did a crime worse than like SBF who stole millions of dollars. What's the crime that's worse than that? And we'll create to SBF being an unbeliever, right? Um, I think the will devour the enemies. That is righteous anger being satiated. That could imply hell, but I'm not saying it is hell. And just because like it states that, I'm saying like you're receiving a punishment that's even worse than these people. That's what I'm reading into the text.
yeah. So there's a lot of ideas being thrown there, and I'm not saying, I mean, the purpose of this is so that people can hear both and they say, okay, which one is most accurate? That's all this is for. And so I would say it's not bad to see. Okay, so because there's two elements going on there. So you got, first of all, the unbelievers, and why. And so in one sense, the believers can receive a worse punishment in this life, that is,
Hmm.
um for for their sins, right, or their willful sins, or apostasy, and unbelief, because they've been exposed to so much, because they're doing it to a greater Moses, because they are the ones that know his will, but they refuse to do it. And
Yeah.
according in Hebrews 12, they refuse him who speaks from heaven. And so in that sense, in this life, okay, there's a comparison there. And so it's like, okay, unbelievers, if I'm tracking you right, unbelievers, they don't know the truth. And so there's going to be punishment for them, but there's going to be a worse punishment in this life for believers because explicitly because they know the truth, you know? Um, and so, I think that's what you're trying to get out there.
Yeah, because like
Um,
it can manifest in different ways. Like you can deliberately sin that doesn't have to be like a proactive. It could be like passive. Like let's say God has a calling for you and He wants you to do something, but you're not acting upon it. That's sin against you. Like it doesn't have to be like very obvious, but sin is like there's like a very very fine line that's like you can barely see it between you obeying what what God commands, expects out of you, and any language that is synonymous with that, versus like you disobeying God and any words that's synonymous with that. Like it's very very fine, and I like it doesn't matter if you try to pacify it in the sense I'm like, well, I did it unintentionally, but then it becomes like a habit. God makes it to be known, and you probably didn't verbalize it, but like it's in the back of your mind, and He's just putting in the front focus of your head where you're not doing what I told you. Like what Paul says in Romans 10, he does things that he shouldn't, and he doesn't do the things he should. Sin falls under that category. But so I do see that like, okay, this is like a deterrent. It's a deterrent and reminder. I'm like, listen, like you're not a kid anymore. You're maturing because obviously in this book in Hebrews 6, there's elementary stuff. Once we go in that, we're going to middle school and then high school and then college. Like our intelligence is not limited. Like it can grow, right? And so obviously that comes with responsibility and expectations. We have jobs that mirror this. We have police, we have judges, we have political leaders and stuff like that. Like they have so much. If they start to abuse it, or in another sense, don't use it to the fullest extent, because remember this is God's standard, then there is a punishment for falling short of that. So with this, I think it goes well with the rest of the scriptures, where it shows us like in the earthly realm, it seems to replicate as much as it tries to of what happens in heaven and throughout the whole entire universe of the sovereign God. Where if you don't do this, this will happen. If you do this, this will happen. So yes, it is possible to receive a harsher punishment than the adversaries, enemies, unsaved. I'm using this as a colloquial term of those that are not corporately within the body of Christ. It is possible to receive a worse punishment with that because it makes sense. We know better. We've read the scriptures, and once we understand something, now we're held liable against that. Like we can't claim ignorance or you can't fall for it because our excuse X, Y, and Z.
yeah, I mean, I can't. I can't entirely disagree with the assessment. I think that um, I think that we basically stated our essential views to anyone who wants to analyze them. And so I'll just restate. And so I'll restate my basic claim that Hebrews 10. And again, we both can agree. It's not about going to the lake of fire. It's not about losing salvation. It's about the believers who apostatize. They refuse Christ, and whether it's first century Hebrews or whether it's us today, we can receive judgment for that, which is comparable to 70 AD, other places like that. And so, if we if we do that, there remains this harsher punishment. We're just disagreeing on that specific language. But even Omni saying, look, it's not necessarily hell. It's just a comparison idea for the punishment that unbelievers receive in this life as well, because there is wrath for unbelievers in this life. And so I can even agree with that in some ways. Um, and so that's basically the claim here.
Yeah, yeah, I'm fine if like because you're taking adversaries as well, actually, let me clarify. Do you take adversaries as positional that's being used here or experiential?
No, yeah, I don't believe. I think, yeah, if the audience can catch that, in the start of it. I do not believe the adversary enemies of God, sometimes translated. I don't believe it's positional here. I think number one, it's quoting Isaiah 26, which is not necessarily about all unbelievers. And number two, because I think in James 4 and other places, like Saul, you a believer can be considered experientially in terms of his walk an enemy of God, just because he's going against God's desires. Not, yeah.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
I I went.
So then we're still arguing again. For the most part, yeah. I would say like a good 85% to 90. We agree on everything outside of that or around that. Yeah, I think adversaries. I'm not negating that does quote Isaiah. It's just like I'm very familiar like um how God addresses and uses certain language and in what sense. I think that's what we disagree with. Where I do take this as positionally. I think it's referring to those that are contrary to God in all aspects, all senses of that word. I don't see
Okay.
this as like one specific aspect in one um, sense. So I think it's fine because usually like it doesn't take away from the text. Maybe some more studying and praying will do better, but for the most part, anything outside of that, we kind of like agree, with the once for all, the perfected, the sanctified. What else does Hebrew 10 talk about? Oh, the
Well,
futility of the blood of the animal of the Old Testament. It's just this one
yeah.
specifically, like it's pretty nitty gritty because um, it's hard for me to take adversaries as an like another term to tell us like we're building hostility towards God. I do take this as a positional term.
Okay. Yeah, that would be um yeah, that would be the main linchpin. That would be the main
Yeah.
linchpin. Uh, I would the main interpretive, but fundamentally for the rest of Hebrews, I think we for the rest of Hebrews 10, that is we basically take very similar.
Yeah. Okay. I guess we can move on to another thing. I think I'm reconsidering my position on John 10. I don't know if you want to get into that.
Um okay, what about John 10 and which verse?
Remember how it talks about, wait, it should be John 10, no? Where it talks about I have another fold that's not part of this flock, and there will be one. That is in John 10, no?
Yeah, and other sheep I have which are not of this fold, them I must also bring, and they shall hear my voice, and there should be one fold and one shepherd. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, well, you can state what your previous position was, and now what you're considering now.
Okay, so my position was that I used this as a passage to show that uh it seems like the body of Christ. It's kind of weird because it kind of there's so many terms to seem to refer to different groups, but I'll just say like uh the the people of God, which this I'll use this as an all accompanying term, all encompassing, I can say that, an all encompassing term that these people are with God, abiding with God, positionally saved. Okay, or and that also includes like beings that have not sinned and they just haven't fallen, right? So I'm including spiritual creatures as well. So the people of God, this all encompassing term, it started with one group, then another group got integrated, and then another group integrated. So I see that I don't want to say evolve, but it grows larger every time a new group is incorporating. So I use John 10 as one of those proof text examples why I consider the 24 elders um, the integration of the Old Testament and
Mhm.
the New Testament church. So
Okay.
now, what I am reconsidering is that I think that with what you said with the 24 elders, is that the only time that specific number makes a relevancy is in the Old Testament. I think the 24 elders, instead of it being, uh, let's see, um,
The,
almost
the, the
misspoke.
12, a lot of people say, I think what you're going for is the 12 tribes and the 12 apostles. That idea?
Yeah, I think that still does happen, but I think though when it becomes one fold is referring to something else. That's why I'm reconsidering. I don't think I don't think John 10 is referring to the elders. I think it's referring to what happens at the end of Revelation where we become his bride. I think that's what it's referring to. Um, because when I reread Revelation 14, when I was going into the hermeneutics with Crab Tribe, talking about like the tribulation saints and the 144,000 are not the same. I do see
Mhm.
like in Revelation 14 it starts naming these groups, and then it integrates the saints with the elders, and so like uh that's what I'm reconsidering. I think like John 10 is probably talking about something that happens late in the Revelation. I would say like when we become this unified corporate body known as the bride of Christ towards the end.
Yeah.
That's what I'm considering.
So I would say so I think I like to stay in a book, right? So there's something called intertextuality, intratextuality, and in what is it? Intra, and I think like it's something else where basically you're talking about the words of a verse. So basically, um there's something called intertextuality. And what you're doing is biblical theological intertextuality. You're basically saying, okay, how does an author use similar ideas, concepts, phrases, and themes in his own work?
Hmm.
And that's great. But that's not the first step. The first step is intratextuality, that other exegetes talk about. Intra, right? Like when you talk about intrastate traffic, intrastate this and that, or intra-national, you're talking about within the nation, within the state itself. So
Okay.
when you talk about intratextuality, we're talking about in the book. So in the book of John, right? If we look at that statement, it seems to be talking. First of all, he's talking to Israelites. Obviously, that much is obvious. He's talking to Israelites, and he's explaining the reason why these Israelites don't believe in him. Now, of course, a lot of people, again, if they're Calvinists, they'll say, well, they don't believe in him because they're not of his sheep, and they think that people can be sheep, one part sheep and one part goat in this text, right? The issue, of course, is that that's not the reason. Not in terms of they're not chosen before the foundation of the world. The issue is that they're not sheep. The issue is that
Yeah.
they're following something else, the traditions of men, the Pharisees, the false leaders, the false messiahs that came before. And so they're not his sheep. So he's talking about these Old Testament believers didn't believe in Yahweh. They didn't believe in the coming Messiah. They didn't believe his promises. And that's why when the Messiah came, they didn't believe in him. It's that's all it's explaining. So when it says in John 10:16, I have other sheep I must bring, he's talking about, look, within the nation of Israel, you got the fold of Israel, okay, the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And then outside of that, you have believers, Old Testament believers, that yes, they're not corporately in Israel, but they're still believers. I mean, you even see that in the Old Testament. There are people like Naaman, there are people like Rahab. They were Gentiles, and
Hmm.
yet they were believers, right? And so that's what he's saying. He's saying, look, under my headship, there's going to be a union between the nation of Israel, um, believing Jews in this context, not just the nation, but believing Jews, and this other corporate body of other types of believers. And I think John 11, verse 55, makes that abundantly clear. Sorry, not John 11. I think John 11 is a John 11:52 all the way down, right?
Okay.
It
Yeah.
says, yeah, it says, John 11. I'm going to go 51 to 52 because that's the most obvious one. It says, and this he spake not of himself, but being high priest that year, he prophesied that Jesus should die for that nation. So obviously, the nation of Israel, and not only for that nation, but that he should also gather together in one the children of God which were scattered abroad. So all of the believers, including Jews and Gentile believers, are going to be gathered together under this one shepherd, which we now
Ah,
know
okay,
is
okay.
the
I
church.
think I'm getting what you're saying. So, okay, so the first fold that he's referring to is the nation of Israel,
Right.
right?
The
And
the
the
the belief.
all right, and the other fold are non-Israelites being integrated. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, yeah. I would say. It includes those that are believers in the nation of Israel. Okay, so because they're his sheep, and then you have people that are not in the nation of Israel. This could be diaspora Jews. This could be um, Gentile believers that you see that are reading the Old Testament scriptures. These people are going to be integrated into the New Testament church, and so yeah, I think it's applying it to the
which
church.
which would also include like the tribulation saints.
Now, tribulation saints it's interesting, right? It's very interesting. So in Revelation 7, it talks about he's going to lead them as a shepherd, and that's the people that came out of great tribulation, which we know is the tribulation saints because the church is already raptured, right? The issue, of course, is that here's the main issue. As for interpretation, John 10 is probably talking about the church. But as for interpretation, as for application, sorry, Jesus is also the shepherd of all believers, right? So there's a specific fold that he has called the church, the sociological entity called the church, but he also shepherds tribulation saints, millennial saints, Old Testament saints, the future nation of Israel in the millennium, all of that stuff. I think that yeah, those are different sociological groups, um, but they're under one shepherd, right? And
Right.
so the church is just one of those groups. Hopefully that makes sense.
So would that be like a long roundabout answer as a yes? Because I wasn't too sure if that was a yes or no.
Right, yeah, kind of. So like tribulation saints are not part of the church, but they're under the shepherd.
They're
They're
under.
the people.
I would categorize them as the other fold. Is what I
Yeah,
was like thinking where you were leading into.
yeah. So they're a different. They're a different fold basically.
That makes more sense. That's why I want to reconsider it because it seemed like because I do see like the parallels with Noah's Ark, also with Exodus, mixed multitude. Like it wasn't a specific group of people in any regard. Like ethnicities wasn't a factor. It really mentions like every type of person, whether it be including ethnicity or not, that was saved in the old and in the new. I think the velocity was different, but maybe somebody will argue otherwise. But I do see that was always a thing. It's not like a new development. I think this integration between two folds, I guess like I think this new view really does help out. I probably have to change my notes about this specifically because I feel like it was too like I was close but it wasn't fully fleshed out. So I think this definitely does help out. Now the other thing I do want to reconsider is that I think the 24 elders, rather than being the combination of the 12 tribes and the 12 apostles with the disciples, I would say the 24 elders are supposed to represent the both priesthoods of the God, whether it be the Levitical or the line of Melchizedek. I think that's what I'm reconsidering right now. So I don't know if you want to hash that out.
So yeah, I'm jokingly in a mock debate sort of thing, which I somewhat do believe this.
Hmm.
I talk about the 24 elders and that imagery of 24. So when you read Revelation 4 and 5, and you read Revelation 7 and Revelation 14, it mentions these 24 elders very very prominently, very obviously. That it's consistently 24.
Yeah.
But then you're like, okay, but why 24 though? And so what people do is they theorize, they say, okay, that's the 12 apostles and the 12 tribes. Because it says in Revelation 21, it talks about both the 12 gates and the 12 foundations, something like that. And that is great. That's a great synthesis. The issue is that's not entirely eschatologically accurate because we know for a fact, according to, so we know for a fact that believers before the tribulation starts, they're going to be resurrected in the church. It says all the dead in Christ will rise first. They're going to get resurrected. They're going to be glorified bodies. Um, they're going to get their rewards and stuff like that at the judgment seat of Christ. That's very clear. However, we know also, according to Daniel 12, 1 and 2, that the tribulation that the sorry the Old Testament saints are going to be resurrected to everlasting life. That's the first resurrection at the end of the tribulation, okay, which is 7 years, maybe more later, okay. So clearly, there's going to be you're going to have resurrected saints in the church in the heavenly Jerusalem and that kind of stuff. But you're going to have still spirits of dead men, the spirits of the Old Testament saints with the tribulation saints as well in Revelation 7. These people, they're not resurrected yet. They have yet to be resurrected according to Revelation 20. So I don't think the 24 elders would, in fact, would be the church. Would be the Old Testament saints. What I think it is taking that number 24 from Second Chronicles, where it talks about the 24 priests, and it uses that imagery, that Jewish imagery, to talk about a representative priesthood for the church, right? Which makes sense because 24 is a meaningful number. It's 24 priests because the church in Revelation 5 and 1 is explicitly called a priesthood. It says, "You have made us to be kings and priests, and we will reign upon the earth." So I think if you take that idea, I think it's pretty clear what it's referencing,
But you
in my
say,
opinion.
were you signing, was it First or Second Chronicles?
Second Chronicle, I think, I think it's Second Chronicle.
Yeah. So, but
Let
how
me
come
see.
you saying it's the church if the church wasn't around that time?
No, no, I'm not saying the Second Chronicles is about the church. I'm saying that John is using that same imagery, that same number to compare with the
Oh,
church,
okay. I see.
because
It's
they're
just a number.
yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. So then, uh, what? That's why I said earlier. I think this priesthood is not a specific priesthood. I think it's what the priestholds are involved, and I think, um, with the whole entirety of the Bible, it just mentions two: the Levitical line and the Melchizedek. I think would that be those 24 will be including both of them. Would that be incorrect to say?
Levitical and Melchizedekian. Um, maybe.
Because
I
that
mean,
doesn't specify priesthood. Like I assume, like when it says priesthood, it's gonna go include both of them.
I mean, well, technically speaking, um, if we're going to be explicit here, so regarding the priesthood, this is where things get complicated. The Aaronic priesthood was specifically chosen because of Aaron's faithfulness in that regard, and you had to have a specific oath to be a priest. And that priesthood, but then it was transferred specifically to the Phineas priesthood, which in Numbers 24, I think it's Numbers 24, because it says he was zealous for God. And in Psalms 106, he was imputed righteousness, experientially for all generations forevermore. And so he had an everlasting covenant of peace between him and God, where his priesthood would last forever. Okay, and part of that is the Zadokian priesthood, which we know in Ezekiel, it's going to continue in the millennium and all that stuff. Um, and so that's one line of priests. That's a very specific line. Then you have the Melchizedekian priesthood, and technically speaking, I don't think believers are called the Melchizedekian priesthood. Maybe there could be scripture for that, but um, it seems to be that it's a priesthood of some line, and Jesus is the Melchizedekian high priest. That's obvious, right? In Hebrews 7 to 10, he's the Melchizedekian high priest in heaven. He'll function on earth in the millennium, and so that as far as I know, he's the only Melchizedekian high priest. But as for there being believers are the Melchizedekian high priest. Well, I'd have to learn more about that.
No, I
I
wouldn't
don't know.
say they're the high priest because you have to have a priest for a high priest. There's the
Yeah.
distinction there. So no dispute, Jesus Christ is that high priest. But I'm saying according to the same book of Hebrews, we are uh I think it says we are I don't know what's the right verbatim, but we're also considered priests. We're not the high priest, but we are considered priests. So wouldn't Revelation include both of those lines because they function differently, how they came about was differently, but they both belong unto a God. Wouldn't this be a general term that include the existing ones uh, up until the point? Because I don't think there'll be another one down the road. So far, like we've only talked about two. Um, I think that's what I'll
So
take with the elders approach because like the Old Testament um, line, which is mostly like Levitical, if not all of it, um, that was included and executed up until Christ established the new covenant and with everything that comes with it. And so a new priesthood is currently active because that's what Christ established. Just
yeah,
to
I mean,
fulfill.
I don't. I would say, if it is talking about the I mean, I have to. I definitely look more exactly what priesthood in Revelation, and I'm looking at Hebrews. I do agree that we are priests. I don't because that's part of our calling. That's part of why we've been sanctified. We are priests. That's what we're made for. That's what we're saved for that specific ministry. But according to a specific priesthood, it I would say in Revelation, I could see the idea that's talking about all types of priesthood, since they are eternal.
Mhm.
um so I don't,
Or maybe
that
or
that's
maybe
technically.
they integrate into like instead of being a Levitical and a Melchizedek, it becomes the priesthood overall. Like there's nothing specific with
Okay.
the
Yeah,
distinctions.
yeah, no specifically tied priesthood. Yeah.
Okay.
Just yeah, just a priesthood. That's the idea.
Okay. So yeah, because I wanted to separate those two because I wanted to flesh out your thoughts because you mentioned it, and then like we had disagreements in Hebrews 10. I was like, all right, I think this will be a good opportunity to like hash things out because I think I was like close, but I was like falling short of like like I knew I had like a sense. I couldn't put it into words, but I'm like, I think I need to separate a bit more because I needed more context. So that definitely does help separate the thing. Since I mentioned it, I don't know if you want to get into that because to be honest, Crab, I could ask him, but he doesn't really plan things. Even though I don't know him that well. Do you want to get into the 144,000 and the tribulation saints? Because I think you guys agree on that, or I might be incorrect on that.
Oh, which thing do we agree on?
So on terms of that, so when we were getting into the nitty-gritty of that, I was saying that like the 144,000 can't be the ones that come out of tribulation.
What? 144,000. Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, I do think there's a distinction between the multitude. So, as far as from what I know about my understanding of Revelation, so and as well as the John Walvoord commentaries, John Walvoord has an excellent commentary. I recommend everyone to read it, even if you don't agree with him. You can understand his thought process. So basically, with the 144,000, with 144,000, um, and the great multitude, I agree they're not the same. The great multitude is probably Gentile believers, who got saved during the tribulation period, and then they're disembodied and they're martyred, and so now they're in heaven, right? But I see that on earth, it seems to be that they're sealed on earth, um, and and it's during the midpoint of the tribulation, because this is after chapter Revelation chapter 6.
Mhm.
And then it says, do not harm the earth. So he was harming the earth before, but now he's not going to do it until he seals these particular people, because again, I think these people are on earth, which I would say makes more sense. And then he talks about the great multitude. So so I definitely think the 144,000 are. I mean, it says they're from the 12 tribes. They're pretty clearly Israelites. Um, they have some capacity to be servants, so they have some kind of moral consciousness. they're believers too because they belong to God and they're first fruits. So they seem to be believing Jews chosen for service who are faithful, sexually speaking, in terms of their virginal status. Um, and then they're emphasized again in Revelation 14, um, singing a song. So yeah, I would say they're 144,000 believing Jews.
Okay, okay, so there is similarities, but I think there's some differences there. I guess I'll start listing them. I would say the
Yeah.
144,000, yes, we agree that it's not to the multitude. I guess like I will have to like clarify, like I take the multitude as also Israelites, because this is every nation, tribe, and tongue. So if every is synonymous with all, Hebrew and Hebrew people also are there by extension. Like I want to say just Gentiles, but that's why I take like the 24 elders, this multitude, which is the only time we ever see that word is to I think in three instances here, Exodus, and Peter. And maybe I can be incorrect because it said you'll save him from a multitude of sins. I can't remember. It was one of the epistles of Peter or John.
Yeah, yeah. You'll it covers the multitude of sins, quoted in James 5 and First Peter 4, something like that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. So I think this is like a much more um, broader scope than it is narrow. So I want to say just Gentiles. I think it does include Gentiles, but I would like push back on just Gentiles. Okay, so we agree there. I think the disagreement is that the way how they're introduced, they say it was redeemed from the earth. Now, when I
Hmm.
read that, I was like, okay, so they're not on the earth in whatever sense, because that phrase or that term gives me the conclusion that they're no longer on the earth. Like I can't see how you can uh, understand that differently. And then the second thing would be like, okay, if they're sealed on the earth, I would argue that this is when me and Crab are trying to see some common ground. Is that I don't think Revelation starts like as it plays out from like day one all the way to like the seventh year is up until Revelation 8. And the reason why is because I don't know if some translations say this, but when it says do not harm the earth, I'm what I'm reading into the text is like the damage that was describing before are just that descriptions of what will happen with throughout the 7 years, but doesn't happen yet, according to Revelation 7. So I don't know if you want to get into that.
So yeah, I would say hold on, because I'm also looking at ChatGPT. In the middle of a discussion. I mean, it's not bad.
ChatGPT, okay.
I mean, I because the thing is, when people often have novel views, I have to ask ChatGPT. So looking at the text, they're redeemed from the earth, and Chet and they're redeemed. Now, of course, I'm looking at if it's ek, because that might help. Um, and if it is, then there's it says, what is it? Where's the redeemed from the earth? Which verse is that? I'm just
Let me
wondering.
check to see in Revelation 7 because it's in past participle. So where when this was written, it's mentioning something that happened in the past, and that's when we got
Okay.
into like who are these 144,000? Because I don't think they're Jews that are alive at that time. I would like, okay, they were Jews at one point. They were on the earth at one point. The question is how, and can I pinpoint a group? And that's when we were talking about like Herod and the 12 tribes and stuff like that. Let's see if I can find it. Revelation 7. Uh,
I don't think it's 7. It's in Revelation 14, and it says, and they had been purchased from. So the word for is a bow, right? Um, so the word apo, it has a lot of different interpretations. So there's a lot of definitions for it. So it says of separation of a part of a whole, of any kind of separation from a thing, of a state of separation, of origin, of the place where anything is. And then when it talks about of separation, let me see if it's used in if they use it in Revelation, right?
Okay, yeah. So
Um,
we were using Revelation 7:14, so I might like confuse them too because they obviously mentioned the 144,000. But yeah.
yeah, yeah. So the word, I think what you may be is thinking is they were redeemed out from the earth, as in they were redeemed and they're no longer in the earth, right? I think that you're thinking of, but I would say grammatically, it seems to be that they're redeemed in terms of separation from those who dwell on the earth. And so I think that because in Revelation you have this phrase, those who dwell on the earth, right? It's a technical term for unbelievers, okay?
Mhm.
Very, and specifically very rebellious unbelievers. And so when it's talking about redeemed, they'd been purchased in separation uh of the earth. I think that basically it's talking about, look, they have been, so I don't think redeemed here necessarily refers to um salvation, right? I think that it refers to like that um Leviticus, Exodus idea of being purchased out from for service, okay? Because I think obviously there's going to be other believing Jews, not just 144,000. And so with the 144,000, these people are purchased for a service in separation from the rest of the world. They're set apart in that way. And so I don't think that they're like resurrected, or I don't think that they're redeemed out from the earth. I think it's talking about them being purchased for service, um, in separation from the earth dwellers,
Well, I agree with
basically.
you. I agree with you that I don't think they were redeemed like how we are. I think they're redeemed in a different sense, but they still fit on the category like, oh, I've acquired this through a certain manner. Like we're purchased by the blood. I don't. They weren't. I wouldn't say that they were also purchased by the blood because the text in Revelation 7 and 14 don't indicate that. But I
Right. Yeah.
am.
It
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily split up here.
Yeah. So I am saying they are redeemed because the way how they're being described in Revelation 14 makes me think that they're most likely the same slain children from Herod's time when he tried to prevent the coming of the Messiah. It parallels a lot with like what happened in Moses, and it parallels a lot with Revelation 12 because like the dragon is going after the man child, after the woman gave birth. So it's like a reoccurring theme that's going on that God, not God, Satan goes after God's children. So I do see that. Um, Now the reason why it's a not yet is because when we go back to Revelation 7, so I have to like go back and forth between those two chapters. Um, Literally just circle around verse 2 and 3. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the four angels to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea. So they have this ability, hurt, saying, hurt not the earth. So it'll be very difficult to reconcile. Like, okay, this angel is releasing a message. If we're trying to reconcile this into the text, that means some point in the revelation there is no damage being done momentarily within the Great Tribulation, which is like I would say pretty difficult to put into practice, but nevertheless, neither the sea nor the trees till so this destruction won't happen until we have this action. Seal the servants of our God in their foreheads. Um, and I heard the number of them which were sealed, and there were sealed 144,000 of all the tribes of the children of Israel. Now, the the difficulty I have with this is because if this was like a not yet, because I'm assuming
Mhm.
that these 144,000 are there, but they just hasn't received the sealing. That's what I can get from the text. I don't think they're chosen within the Great Tribulation and then get sealed. I think they're just waiting to get sealed in this specific time. Can I give you like an example? I guess it would be like the chapters previous to it, like it talks about these prayers, but these prayers are basically being poured out, And it seems like these prayers are supposed to be fulfilled in this specific time. I think the same thing is happening because this sealing, this specific sealing that's resembling of Deuteronomy 6 of the Shema, is only being fulfilled within or right before the Great Tribulation, or the destruction rather said. And so,
well, this is more of a theological and exegetical. Why would these dead babies, that's basically what they are, why would these dead babies have to be sealed before the tribulation starts?
yeah, I
What would
got
be
you.
the person?
I got you.
Okay.
Cause like, this is what I was hashing out with Crab, cause it does seem like it's protection. Um, can I convey like what does that pertain to? I would say it's pretty difficult because if there are angels, and we just read, there's angels that literally all their role is and their task is destruction. I guess like this is like that seal is supposed to represent like a modification. Like if we're using terms that we can understand, like we play video games, there's a mod that disables and enables friendly fire. If you enable friendly fire, even though we both belong to God, we can hurt each other in all sense of the purposes. I think with the seal, it serves as like, okay, friendly fire is off. You can shoot at them, but it doesn't affect them uh, if it's to or from. So that's what I see the seal. If these angels are causing destruction on the earth, and if these angels are receiving this seal and they have to minister with the two witnesses, it's kind of difficult if destruction happening and then they could be affected by it. I'm assuming that this seal is disabling that friendly fire and they can't be heard from people who function underneath God without like damaging one another in some sense, whether it be physically, spiritually, or whatever. Because there is going to be fire being poured on the earth. It's pretty difficult to like get around that if you don't have some form of protection. Whether you want to visualize this as some like immunity, like fireproof armor, and like even though you're on, it looks like there's flames on you, you're not feeling heat. There's so many like examples that we can probably like relate to, whether it be media or something, but I see that as like a form of protection. Does it cover everything? Like I don't know, but I would say the least at bare minimum, like it serves protection from one another that are corporately of God.
Yeah. I mean, I would say um it seems to me like with the friendly fire thing, I can sort of see that in terms of there are some judgments that don't come upon the believers, like it says the locusts don't come on the believers
Yep.
in Revelation, but I mean some of them do in terms of a cataclysmic sort of way, but additionally it seems to be like regarding this being before. Oh wait, hold on. Someone is calling me, so I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna BRB, but you can keep discussing.
Yeah, that's fine. Yo, Spirit, I don't know if you want to ask any questions in the meantime. I don't know how long we've been talking. We've been talking for almost an hour and a half. Oh, Mercy's here. Hi, Mercy. It seems like you took Allie's place right now. Right now he's getting a call right now. Mercy, how long have you been here? Because I just switch onto Discord and I see you here right now. Have you been here for like the last 3 minutes, I'm assuming? Because I know on streams there are a delay. I'm assuming you've been here for at least a minute or two. I just joined at 8 something. Oh, okay. It's 9:38 right now. I don't know if my time is updated. Is it 9:38? Yeah, it is. So you've been here a while then. Oh, okay. Okay, you've been here for a while. Alright. Just wanted to know then. I'm surprised that the other peeps are not here. Where's Noah? Where's Crab? Where's all these guys, bro? They're nowhere to be found. Yeah, but I'm under the impression the 144,000 has to be the slain children, because like this is something that I don't see a lot of people discuss about, like what happens um if you die, like even before you like have a fully developed conscience, like where do you go? I'm under the impression like scriptures say that they're with God. They're innocent because they have yet to sin at all. Um, and just on Revelation 14, which I'll mention to him, it talks about them being virgins in two senses. One, they'd never defile themselves with a woman. That means like any contact with somebody romantically. That's one, or relation. So that's one way to put it. And then it also talks there's no guile in them, which exactly what Pontius Pilate said when he was trying to find fault for Jesus, so that he was spotless. So for us, right, as believers, even though we have sinned, we have been justified, and so we're guilty of sin. However, we are considered innocent because we have been justified. However, this group of people, they're 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 similar to us because at one point they were human. Um, like if we were to go to heaven, at one point we did have flesh, we were human, and now we have new forms or whatnot. And then, but the way how they were redeemed was different. We're redeemed by the blood, we're redeemed by the gospel, the sacrifice of Christ. However, they're redeemed in a different sense. Still redeemed at the end of the day. So that's my um, what's it called connection
Yeah.
towards that.
So yeah, I was listening in on some of that. I would say that with the so I would say a few interpretive things in when I'm looking at Revelation 7 in my Bible app, it talks about the angels holding off the four winds of the earth, and it says, "Don't harm the earth or the sea until we have sealed." And so that would, I guess, in your view, that would be the start of the tribulation. And then it talks 24 elders. But then would it be that it fast forwards to like halfway through the tribulation? Because then it talks about the multitudes that came out of tribulation. So these people were in the tribulation and they've died, and then they're out of the tribulation, um, and they're coming out of it, by being martyrs and stuff like that. So would it be that it sort of fast forwards to like the middle of the tribulation here
No.
in the
So
in text?
so
Okay.
I think the silence, and I could be wrong at this because I have to like revisit all my Revelation notes because I was done exegeting up until the last three chapters, so I'm missing that. But for the most part, because I still remember a good chunk of it, because I did this last year, like around this time between the months of December, well, late November, this December and January, I was like literally reading Revelation like back to back to back. Um, I think the silence may represent like the start of tribulation because like within tribulation there has to be like okay, when does it actually start? Because I know rapture happens before then. I would definitely say it happens in Revelation 4. You see, God says come, because that's what he hears is God, and then all of a sudden the assembly of God. So you got all these creatures, the 24 elders, and you got John he himself. Even though he's not there, he is there in the spirit. But and he is definitely affected because God says come, and all of a sudden he's transported, not on the earth anymore. Now he's in heaven. So that's all I'll say when rapture happens. Now the question is when the Great Tribulation happens. Um, I think it will happen after that, but what we're reading here is the description. So prior to Revelation 7 and prior to that is just describing what happens in real time is briefly being described in Revelation 14 with the rapture. So that I can tell you. Now, in terms of the Great Tribulation, I think the silence happens because afterward it's just continuing on the destruction, but rather being descriptive, it actually is playing out from then on forward. So the ceiling, so I don't know if it operates around the same time like on Earth, like if like 1,000 years pass by here, how's that in heaven? Is that 1,000 years up there? That I can't tell you. But when they're getting sealed, it definitely happens before the destruction that follows throughout the rest of the Great Tribulation. Because it's just God pouring out wrath. As soon as He pours out wrath, would it be like at the start or like 1, 2, 3 years in? It does what it needs to, which is destroying everything, you know. And in order to do that, it needs to destroy everything so it can establish the new heaven and new earth. So that I have no issues with that. It's just timing here is very difficult to place when because you will need like a roadmap to like, uh, make sure like you're not out of place. But I would say like I don't know. I think it's in Revelation 8 if I'm not mistaken where it talks about the silence. And then the reason
Yeah,
why
it,
I yeah, go ahead.
yeah, it gives a time marker. It says for about half an hour.
Yeah. So I don't know how that plays out. Like half an hour, is it according to our perspective here on Earth or according to heaven? Because like we refer to the day an hour, and that means like literally Jacob's trouble. It's not literally an hour, so is it referring
Right.
to an hour, like a half an hour in a different sense? Um, I don't know. Probably
I
most likely. Like I would have to assume
yeah,
that.
I would say my thing is that, for instance, there's time markers in our relations. There's time times half a
Hmm.
time, 3.5, 4 months, 42 months, 3.5 years. It gives time markers, right? The thing is that yes, there is obviously God's perspective that He is eternal, He is outside of time, He is, 1,000 years or like a day to Him, et cetera, et cetera. That is true, but we are in time, right? We exist in time.
Right.
And we experience things in time. We are temporal beings. All beings created are temporal beings. All beings change, and all beings are subject to change, and all beings experience things at different rates. And so we're not outside of time. Even God's realm, where the angels are, they're not outside of time, right? Now, and so I think when it says half an hour, I think with the other time markers in the book, I think that if John and God wanted to say that it was a different time sort of schedule going on, I think it would say that, hey, this is a different time, right? A different measure of time. But it seems to be that it is actually half an hour. And you've even seen Revelation 22, when it talks about the tree of life, it says that it changes its fruit every month. So there's month seasons, there's month cycles, even in Revelation, which again to me seems like literal 30-day something periods. So to me, I think that there is a chronological order going on. It's very
Yep.
deliberate with that. Sometimes it does recapitulate to other places, like it talks about Revelation 14 is talking about past stuff taking place in Revelation 11, and different angles. And Revelation 12 is talking about the woman of the wilderness, and it talks about the Israel and Christ and stuff like that. So it does recapitulate. Don't get me wrong, but it is very deliberate in its time statements. I would say that.
Okay,
You
so
know.
I guess I'll say this to help you because your original question is like, are they going to the mid? No. I would say like Revelation 1 through 7 is just describing what's going to play out through the rest. Revelation 4 does definitely give you a time marker for the rapture, which happens sequential. And I will say like from Revelation 8 on forwards, it just describes what being played out. After Revelation 14, it resets from a different perspective. That I can tell you. Like just a very summarized from beginning, middle to end.
Wait, and you said the last one was Revelation 17 or Revelation? Which
So
one?
Revelation 14 talks about the second half, and that leads up to the second half that leads up to the end. So it literally talks about the remainder 3.5 years, and then Revelation 15 picks up from the halfway point on a different perspective. That's
Yeah.
how
Okay.
I see, read, and understand Revelation. Because it seems like it finishes off on Revelation 14, and I'm not like denoting people like no, that's just incorrect. Like I do see that in the text, but when we read Revelation 15, like they'll be like, oh, what just happening? I thought I just finished Revelation 15. The only way it makes sense is that it's restarting from a different perspective, just like the Gospels. Like the Gospels, like I'll take this view because before I didn't understand it, but now it makes sense. Matthew is not in chronological order. Um, I thought it was just a French view, but now like all the Gospels, like none of them are really in chronological order. But if you put them together, you can actually place like a roadmap. But since instead of being split into four, it's just the book of Revelation. So since in my mind I have to read this linearly, it is written linearly. The question is, how can I discern what are being described and what's actually playing out? And from having that viewpoint, I can understand from Revelation 8 forward, um, Revelation did start, and then the sealing of the 144,000 has already happened. Maybe within that silence it happened, or afterwards it happens, the sealing, then there's a sign, like there's a brief pause. I guess that brief pause, whether it be 30 minutes in real time and simultaneously uh, that could refer to something else, both are true. Maybe that's like a supposed to serve like like an anticipation, you know, like you see this in plays and movies and musicals where like it shifts, like it was a one tone, then silence, and it's supposed to build this like anticipation, and then the silence break, and then it continues and transition to something that was different from previously. That's what I can assume what it's trying to illustrate, because these are just more words. Obviously, we're trying to envision like if we were there. That's what I think it is. So I'm not trying to disregard. It could be half an hour. It could might as well be. Um, what does it serve? I think that's what it's supposed to portray. That okay, these are the 7 last good years, but here comes the last 7 bad years, and I think that's supposed to serve a transition point. Um, yeah, 144,000. I don't take them as babies. I don't do them as all. I think when they die,
Okay.
I think when a like
Okay.
if I were to place myself in their position, like if I was like a stillborn, like as soon as I came out the mother's womb, I just straight up die. If I go to heaven, I don't think I remained as a baby. I think I have some type of angelic like. Obviously, I won't become ontologically an angel or a spiritual creature, but I'll receive a form, and I basically become who I was supposed to be. So I have agency, I have intelligence, and this, that, and the other. Because if we can conceptualize God creating an angel, and they don't grow because they lack a form to like progressively change exterior wise, I don't see like those babies being any different.
No, I mean I don't necessarily. So like I don't even necessarily disagree. Well, in regards to the principle, I mean obviously I don't agree it's babies, but I do say that yeah. If a child, so let's say a child believes in Jesus. I don't know, they're 10 years old or something. And then they're in Gaza. That's the relevant thing. They're in Gaza. They die. Starvation or some kind of bombing or some kind of terrorist attack. They die. Um, and are they going to get resurrected as a child? I mean, they were a believer, right? And they committed sin, but they're a child, right? And so it's like, are they going to get resurrected as a 10-year-old? No. I think they're going to get resurrected as, like you said, who they were supposed to be, like
Yeah.
the prime version of them in their some late 20s, 30s, something like that. Their best version of them, and only God knows that. We don't know that, but the best version of themselves. So similarly, if someone were to die really old, like 90 or something, they live a good long life, they're a believer, they're going to get resurrected. I don't think they're going to be resurrected as an old, super old guy. I think they're going to be resurrected as this is bad to get theology from this, but you ever seen like what is it? It's the return of the Jedi,
Okay.
right? Star Wars. At the end of it, you have Anakin Skywalker, and he's like his young, like 20 something self,
Yeah.
and of course, like that's like how I imagine. It's like, yeah, you were old when you were or young, but when you get resurrected, you're gonna be like your prime self.
Yeah.
At least again, that's how I see it. And so, but regarding the 144,000, I don't think we can conclude necessarily in the text that they're resurrected. What I will say though, is that with Mount Zion, I do take Mount Zion to be actually Mount Zion, right? It's a physical, like actual tangible location that they can go to, and they're on missions because they're following the Lamb wherever he goes. I don't think that's spiritual. I think that's like they're actually following him in missions
Yes.
in their walk. And additionally, you mentioned that they had no guile because, I guess, in your view, because they were babies. But John uses that exact same language in John 1:47 to talk about Nathaniel. He says, in John 1:47, he says, Jesus saw Nathanael coming to him and saith of him, Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom there is no guile. So it's obviously Nathaniel wasn't sinless, and it's not that he never lied, but it's that basically it's basically saying, no, you're part of the faithful remnant. You're a faithful, true Israelite. you know and that true Israelite idea is emphasized again in John 8, where he says, I know you are Abraham's seed, ethnically speaking, but then he says later on, if you were Abraham's seed, in another sense, spiritually speaking. And so I think that all it's saying in Revelation 14, I don't think it's saying that people are sinless. I think it's saying, look, these people are part of the faithful remnant. They're the true Israelites, and these people, they haven't been with a woman. So I do agree with you that they literally haven't been with a woman, and they're virgins, and they're commended for that.
Yeah. I think the only way that like to throw like a monkey in the wrench, because I think I
Mhm.
agree for the most part, but here's the two things. So I'm reading from the New King James, if anybody wants to follow, and I highlighted a couple differences. So verse 4 is something we agree on, not defiled with women, for they are virgins. So it introduces the first sense of this word virgin. How you think of virgin, it is addressing that.
Mhm.
Then it gives them like a, before it goes to the second definition and the second sense of the word virgin, it talks of them being first fruits. But it says these were, so it's talking about past tense, were redeemed from among men, and it just said on verse 3 they're redeemed from the earth. So it's giving a separate implication. Is it like the same implication just rephrased differently? I would say no, but I definitely do think that it's implying something else. And I think that the this term first fruits has to do with some sort of association with it. Because there's some passages in Matthew that calls us fruits. I don't remember it's first fruits, but first
Oh,
fruits, yeah, go ahead.
well, I was gonna say I like this because I was recently studying this in James. Um, just a quick history lesson in the Old Testament. In Leviticus, you would get there's something called the first fruits, and that's the first pick of the harvest. That's your best crop. That is something you offer to God as like thankfulness for the season, you know? And so you give that to God, and that's the best of the crop. Jesus is called the first fruits of the resurrection,
Amen.
right? And in James 1 it says, we he gave us birth, or we're begotten from him, so that we would be a kind of first fruits of his creation. So that's a different kind of first fruits. It means like we're meant to be the best in class,
Amen.
right? We're meant to be. Yeah.
Amen.
So
Amen.
so in the same way, when it says these people are first fruits to God, again, I think this is saying you guys are the best representatives of Israel. You guys are the faithful. You guys are the first fruits. And in fact, what that is that what the first fruit does is it indicates a greater harvest. If the first fruits is good, the rest of the harvest is good. That's what Paul says. And so in the same way, if this faithful Israelite remnant is good, then we know, according to Romans 11, that all Israel will be saved. So it's like a lesser to greater idea.
Yeah, so this is definitely a kind of I wouldn't say believers. Like I don't consider this believer. I do consider this like I don't remember when we talked about this, but if we're going in successive order, like what Revelation, no Revelation, Leviticus 23 when it talks about these seven feasts, it's there's the Passover, then there's the unleavened bread, which that's we don't have to get into that. But it goes first fruits, then the feast of weeks, then the Feast of Trumpets. I would say the Feast of First Fruit represent Christ and the slain of Herod's time because they're the best. I think I want to say it's ironic, but it is poetic that in order to for these people are the best of Israelites, they had to be literally innocent children because as we can tell if we read the Gospels, Israelites didn't ever did a good job at all in any regard to keep what God expected of anything, the complete opposite. So in order for this remnant to be possible, this is like the only way, which says a lot because I would use this as a pro argument against what's it called? Works-based salvation and anything similar to that, would it be lordship, etc., etc. Um, because they were able to deem innocent because there is no fault at them at all. Because when I read this from Logos, like obviously different translations count cross-reference differently, which is what I noticed. But this one it cross-references Ephesians 5:27 that he might present her to himself a glorious church, not having a spot or wrinkle or any such thing, but she should be holy and without blemish. Now the thing is, we do have those iniquities, but ours are covered by the robes, and that's when our conversation kind of segue into that. And I
Right.
don't want to get into it because what I wanted to say in this conversation is that we do have them, but they're covered. However, these individuals don't have them at all. So that's why I'm pertaining to like, yes, we are innocent because everything you said that led up to that, I'm not disagreeing. But I think the important distinction that we're disregarding is that these individuals don't have any fault at all in any capacity. So when I read back into this, I'm like, okay, they're virgin in a physical sense and they're virgin in a spiritual sense, which they are without blame. Because let's say we try to explain to a holy sovereign God, why should He let us in? Is because we believe in the Son of God, therefore we have been justified. No, we're not innocent in the same sense as these 144,000, but we have been justified, therefore we are innocent instead of guilty in a different sense. Still innocent regardless. I guess what would counteract this understanding is because, like you said, these were harvested for the best of God. The harvest that happens within the same chapter doesn't happen until afterwards, which is the midway point. Let me see if I could follow in. Here it is. Reaping the earth's harvest starts at verse 14. Then I looked, and behold, a white cloud on the cloud sat on one like the Son of Man, having on his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out the temple, crying with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, thrust in your sickle and reap, for the time has come for you to reap, for the harvest of the earth is right. So this is obviously God collecting the people. Now I would say that the harvesting of the first fruits and the weeks already happened. I think this is the harvest, uh, one of the last harvests, because one is to God, right? So I'm assuming this is taking place at the end of the Great Tribulation, and then another harvest for the eternal fire. They're being casted, they're
What?
being burned.
So, what is it? I'm going to put this in Revelation 14 because these are good texts. But here's the thing: compare Revelation 14 with Matthew 13, right? Because I just immediately thought of that. Matthew 13, right? Um, uh, what is it? Matthew 13, 37 to Matthew 13, 37 to 43. And I think that you'll find a similarity here. So it says in Revelation 14, and I looked, and I behold a white cloud, and upon the cloud one sat like unto the Son of Man. Obviously, that's the Son of God, having one on his head a golden crown, and on his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, which obviously is the third temple, crying with a loud voice to him who sat on the cloud, thrust in your sickle and reap, for the time has come for you to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he who sat on the cloud, Jesus, thrust in his sickle on the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came to the temple, and also having a sharp sickle. And then he came out of the altar, which he had power over fire, and cried, and the lad cried to him that had the sharp sickle, saying, Thrust in your sharp sickle and gather the cluster of the vine of the earth, for her grapes are fully ripe. And the angel thrust in his sickle into the earth and gathered the vine of the earth and cast it into the winepress of the wrath of God. Right? And
Mhm.
so this harvest seems to be about wrath. Okay? And it's angels who are gathering together people so that they're thrust into the wrath of God. And this is very similar in Matthew 13 when it says, He who sows the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world, the good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. The enemy who sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the age, which we know is the end of the tribulation period,
Mhm.
and the reapers are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered or burned into the fire, so shall it be in this world. The Son of Man will send forth his angels, and they will gather out of his kingdom all things that offend and them which do iniquity, and will cast them into the furnace of fire, and there shall be weeping and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the son of the kingdom of their father. So it now, of course, are they the exact same? Maybe, maybe not, because the wrath of God seems to be in about the tribulation. But still, this wrath is from the angels or no, from God, and the angels are casting them into it, and it's considered a harvest. So in one sense, in
Mhm.
John 4, yeah, there's a good harvest to everlasting life. But then in Revelation 14, there's another harvest which is bad, and that's to wrath and damnation.
Mhm.
So yeah,
Yeah, so I think Revelation 14 includes two harvests that have this is not referring to the harvest that you mentioned because I would say that they already happened. So from Revelation 14 sequentially is what I'm trying to say is that there's one last harvest for people to be redeemed within the Great Tribulation, uh, whether there be Israelites or non-Israelites, um, because according to Revelation 7, the garments are waiting for those that come uh, out of tribulation. So like me and Crab were trying to make sure like we're not badly paraphrasing there. So we were good on that point. And I will take these as two positional harvests. Like this is the last harvest. It's either you're part of the good or the bad harvest. Now, when I send you my notes, because there were an updated version, because I want to know if there was like a term that we can place to making sure that when we are talking about these types of harvests, we're not confusing one another, making a weird amalgamation. Um, and I titled the gatherings because I see that there's positional gatherings and then there's experiential. So there's the gathering of believers, whether they're a part of the first fruits, the weeks, or the trumpets, because they all mention a gathering, an offering to the Lord. The best, the rest of the greater harvest, and then what's left. That's what I do see. And then in an eschatological time frame, I do see them all. Okay, it parallels a lot. There's the best, which is the first fruit, Christ and the innocents, or I guess I would just call them that, or I just call them virgins, the virgins. Then there's the Feast of Weeks, Day of Pentecost, the church, etc. You have all these Gentiles that are making this mixed multitude. That checks out. And then the Feast of the Trumpets, which whatever's left of the harvest, that is still good, and then the rest are bad. They're being burned off. Everything is good and checked out. So, um, I would call that the ones for this one specifically is the gathering of of believers. So I just called it that, the gathering. Then the second one would be it's called the reaping because their purpose is like okay, we're just gathering to be burned. So I take the winepress of God as the as like another phrase of hell, lake of fire, and the white throne. They are all have the association with judging these unbelievers, regardless of who they are. And then the third gathering, which is the chapters that you mentioned in this specific notes in my book, is I titled the pruning. Okay, so it is gathering, but it's not gathering people positioning. It is gathering certain aspects of an individual within the body of Christ. Because I do see James 5, Hebrews, nah, I don't think Hebrews 6. James 5, I do take Matthew 13, and John 15. I take those passages of like these thorns being collected and they're being purged off because I do see like language that God is using, as in like him tending to things to grow as they should be. Like for instance, back in Ecuador, I started growing fruit trees, and on these fruit trees they start forming thorns, and I thought they were going to form branches, but apparently you're supposed to cut out these thorns because if they grow larger, and you don't actually they don't actually grow as much as they should be because they have these thorns instead of branches. So there's a pruning process. That's where the word comes from, and you can see that actual word being mentioned in John 15. But the thorns are supposed to represent the bad things that people produce because as us being attached to Christ, we don't produce bad fruit. The tree is Christ. We're not the trees, but we're the branches. So if we're connected to the tree, we can produce these thorns. And so God, as He is the gardener and He's tending to us, it's His job to cut these out because He's the one who's edifying, sanctifying us, whatever terminology you want to use to be more on His like and image. And He uses this a lot, like Malachi 3, and I forgot somewhere else in the scriptures where He uses like metal purification. Like He puts them in the fire. The fire is supposed to represent trials, and we're getting purified that we would reflect His image. Same thing here. He's pruning us so we can grow branches. These branches will eventually produce fruits. So when He tests them, it's like, okay, it was able to produce good fruit in this area, in this aspect, because we abide in each other, we're aligning, we had like a goal in mind and we succeeded, and therefore He's able to produce good fruits of patience and whatever else that we label as fruit. So I think there are certain passages that are talking about um, sanctification with these word and this imagery, specifically when it comes about pruning. There's an unbeliever and there needs to be purging. You have to remove the bad so that what remains is the good. That I do see. So I see the gathering or the harpazo, the rapture of believers, the harvesting. Then there's the one for condemnations, the reaping, and then there's the pruning. Two of them are positional. One is a process. So if you have like time, because that he didn't let me know if you did read it, but in case if you do or didn't, I want your thoughts on that. But I think Revelation 14 specifically, we have these 144,000 witnessing this harvesting and the reaping of people positionally, whether they're with God or apart from God. So I think if it's very difficult because if we grab Revelation 7 and 14, I don't get the impression that they are redeemed either in the beginning or at the end of the Great Tribulation. They had to be redeemed outside of it with these passages in mind. Because if they were redeemed from the earth, regardless of these two or they're not, they will be included in one of these positional harvests, but they're not. So I will have to like rely on Revelation 7 more because Revelation 14 gives you more description of who they are and what they can be. From these two chapters, I can't say that these are involved in the Great Tribulation, like as actually human beings or fully grown adults. Like with those two chapters, I find that very hard because when I was trying to hash it out with Crab, um, it seemed like he was leaning into my position, but he wasn't like saying that verbally. But these individuals had to be outside. I would just say that they're receiving this seal right before it starts. Therefore, their involvement on the earth, I guess, on a spiritual aspect, because again, they're not angels, but they're not humans. They're operating spiritually according to Revelation 11 with the two witnesses. That's what I do see.
With the two witnesses. Wait, then who are the two witnesses?
Um, People speculation. My best guess, like if I were to actually like put money on it, would be Enoch and Elijah.
Okay, I mean, I would say probably Elijah and Moses, but um, yeah, that's not all that relevant. But I mean, well, but those are actual, like, we know that they are actually, those are, there's going to be two literal named witnesses, right? Whoever you think they are. One of them is definitely Elijah, according to Malachi 4, but Malachi 4 and 6, 4, 5, and 6. So basically, so those are that, but are you saying that they are the same as the 144th, or do they
No, they're
operate
working
with the?
alongside together. Like Their job is to minister because if you think about it, the church is gone and the Old Testament is gone. There's nobody to spread the word of God in those times. So God has in place two individuals, and I would argue why it's Enoch and Elijah because they have yet to seek death. So if we're gonna, and this is what I talked to with Crab, it says it is once appointed to death and then the judgment, or man to die
Okay.
once and then the judgment. The only two people that have yet to see a physical death would be Enoch and Elijah, because Moses was dead and buried. We just don't know where. So, like, I have a hard time including Moses in there, even though it describes things that Moses did. But just on the criterion of that, and who are these two witnesses? Because they specifically died within the Great Tribulation, towards the end of Revelation 11. So I'm like, okay, God appointed these two specific individuals to die instead of in the respective times they're dying in the Great Tribulation. Well, one we can say for Elijah, but I would double down, triple, quadruple down. That has to be Enoch because he was taken away.
Well, technically speaking, aren't there people who have died, resurrected, and then died again?
Yeah, we did talk about that. I wouldn't consider them the same because I would, and this might sound weird, like because I said it with Crab, I would put them under the category of like not alive, but they're not dead either. Like Lazarus was raised from the dead, but he didn't resurrect in the same way of Jesus. He did come back to life, but I wouldn't classify him like, oh, he just came back to life and then die again. I would just say like he's kind of like a zombie because he still stink. Like he was, you can tell that he was um dead for a numerous time because he smelled. There was things he was wrapped up. He seems like he was like uh realizing into sensation. Like imagine being asleep for like a month in, and your body does whatever, like decomposing, and then you gain consciousness. Like obviously, those effects like will still be present. I would like put Lazarus and people like them like kind of like zombies. Like they came back to life momentarily, but they just returned to the state that they came from. So, because there's no sense of killing zombie. Like let's think about this. If hypothetically somebody dies and they were dead for like a year, somehow in some supernatural way they come back to life, they will be classified more accurately, even though like there's different interpretation of what a zombie is. They would be considered a zombie because they're officially dead, and just according to the scriptures, um, they're momentarily alive. Now, if you were to kill that individual, are you killing the same individual? And would that be considered murder? Now, that would be like up for speculation, but from all the medias that portray zombies, they don't see it that way. And I think they're correct because if you kill something that's not alive but it's not dead either, they're returning to the state they came from, which is dead. So I don't you kill zombies, but that doesn't mean I'm killing a human being or the same human being. I'm just that thing is alive. It's not alive like I was, but I'm definitely gonna put it into the ground because this thing like needs to go back where it came from. So I would categorize Lazarus and people like them as momentary zombies. Is there like a better term? I'm probably sure, but definitely I wouldn't be considered as jeopardizing it's appointing one meant to die and then after that the judgment.
It's appointed. It's a general principle. It's usually the case, right? And those are exceptions to the rule. So like the exceptions to the rule don't change the rule, but you don't have to give a different rule, right? And, like you don't have to put them in a different category. I mean, they're people like it says. Yeah, I mean, you probably talked about Matthew 27 too, where it talks about the saints who had fallen asleep were raised, and they came out of the tombs after his resurrection. Very interestingly, it's after his resurrection. um they appeared to many people, and it seems to consider them alive. I don't think that the Bible has a I mean, and of course we're getting into deep stuff, but the
Yeah.
Bible doesn't have a category for people who die and then resurrect, but they're not glorified and they're zombies. That's more of a modern spin on things. I would say, yeah. And also Hebrews 10:29-27. Yeah, that's a principle, but the principle is meant to lead it, like the point of it is meant to lead into Hebrews 9:28, which it says, so Christ was once offered. So why is it relevant that men usually die once? Well, because Christ died once. So that's the relevance. He died once to bear the sins of many, and he will come a second time. Um, and I'm gonna look up the word for appointed here, right? One for appointed. So it says, "A man is appointed once to die. After this, the judgment." Man is appointed, yeah, to be reserved, right? Man is reserved for this. Um, yeah, in a I have tucked away. The hope reserved for you. There is reserved for me your crown of righteousness. Yeah, it's like generally things are. It's been, yeah, it's been reserved for people to do this. It's been that's just generally a general truth.
Sure.
But anyway, we're kind of getting off topic. I
No,
don't
but
really care if it's.
I will just end it like this, like because since we know, and you and I agree on the first and second resurrection, the first resurrection and second resurrection refer to a specific point in time. Now, since we're on this topic, you and I both know when Lazarus was resurrected, you can't classify it as the first and second resurrection. So that means
Yeah.
the opposite is also true because like since I'm not considering them being part of it because it's outside of that, I don't see that as an exception. I see it as like a separate classification. That's why I came like right now momentarily I'm using word as zombie because you and I are familiar with that as to like okay this is a good term so when people read this back into it they don't conflate it with this being part of the first and second resurrection because yes you and I disagree with Jonah, but Lazarus, that daughter that died from that one man, and Matthew, and I think Luke as well, or Mark, if I'm not mistaken, other people that have resurrected, they're it's a different classification. You can use that term, but definitely just to not confuse with the other things that are very very specific. I think this falls under a different classification. The reverse is also true. God is like, you know what, you're going to die on this day, but it's pretty difficult to reconcile. Okay, you're gonna die, then come back, and then you're gonna die again. It's almost like they're appointed to die a separate time because and the one who has the first and last say who gets to live and die, especially in those two. I wouldn't even. They're both deaths, but I wouldn't say that they're the same death. Like if I
Well,
experience like a near death experience, like let's say I'm clinically dead for like an hour or two and I came back to alive, how, how do you know if you're appointed to die for the first or the second death? You know how difficult it is to place it if we're just not going to make these distinctions is what I'm trying to get at.
the thing though, here's the thing. Um, when Lazarus resurrected, um, because I think Jesus said like, he will resurrect this day, or do you believe in the Yeah, he says, you know, but basically, Jesus says that he's going to resurrect him. He's going to raise his physical body up. When after that, what do you call it when? So like we obviously know that like according to the text, Mary said that he's dead. But when he resurrects and then he dies, what do you classify that as? Like, is that actual death?
That's what I'm saying. Like he was
Yeah.
momentarily alive. But it's weird. Like there's definitely needs to be a term. Maybe you and I can like come up
Well,
with a
well,
placeholder. But he's not fully alive like we are, but he's not fully dead. He's in
well,
this weird state where he is resurrected, but you can't classify him as like a full-fledged human being that doesn't have any
well,
resemblance of death. Like human beings can have like these lesions where their flesh can be rotting, but they have yet to die. What do you call somebody who has experienced death for an X amount of time, but then they reattain consciousness?
actually, I mean that's not really an issue. I mean, like, so obviously, that's dependent on a lot of things. So, like, if you're talking about brain death, what we consider that now, um, and you're brought back from that, there's no rotting there. Like, rotting
Sure, yeah.
really happens. Um, when your body has been in a certain place and you've been wrapped up, like you see with Lazarus. But I mean, it's not like entirely implausible. I mean, if Jesus can heal broken limbs, if Jesus can heal deafness, if he can heal leprosy, he can very easily just heal all of the rotting that comes from a corpse after a few
Yeah, of
days
course.
of being. I mean, and so Lazarus would have come back. He would have looked normal. I mean, you could classify him as like a zombie, but like he's. I mean, I don't imagine that Jesus would have like had him resurrect, and then the rest of his life he's just going around like rotting and losing,
Yeah,
limbs.
because the difficulty about that is like the rest of the scriptures don't elaborate on that. Like, if I'm gonna be honest, I think that is supposed to serve like a foreshadowing of the greater resurrection. Because I would say the first and the second resurrection, we see people being resurrected, um, like how they should have been, but then they receive the judgment afterwards. That I can get. But Lazarus, I mean, we can't say yes Jesus healed him like how he should be, or no he didn't. The text really don't help us with that. All we know that he came back, but there are signs that he was dead. Like he was dead for 4 days if I'm not mistaken. And there's all these signs like this is a corpse that now regained, because what I see, and we don't have to get like pseudo physic philosophical on this, but like I would say like okay, he was momentarily somewhere else. I would assume in Abraham's bosom. Then God grabbed his soul, put it back into the body that was decaying, and then when Lazarus, almost said Moses, when Lazarus came out, he did you know perform agency, but not as like you and I. Like you and I can have things rotting, but overall, like the whole entire body is dead. I will say like the spirit or slash soul literally departed, came back. He did experience death. This is a very unique resurrection, and it definitely does need a classification apart from the first and second, just so people wouldn't confuse those two. And just like you say with Matthew 27, those people are dead. I don't think they even have descriptions to what degree. Like it would be pretty scary if like these people were dead for a long time. You see skeletons and stuff like that. But I think all of these are serving like God is the God of the living, and with
The
the
dead.
command he's able to raise their voice. But it begs the question: is this an exception? I would say no, to be honest. I don't think it's an exception. I think they're just classified differently. I don't think it's like investigated hard enough to like if somebody were to make an apologetic work, I'll be weak in this particular department or area, because like some people will cite this and make it like a mockery, like oh you thought like zombies were like a thing back then. I would have to like find a way how to phrase it. I'm like, well, technically you're not wrong, but the way you're going about it is like demeaning. You know what I'm trying to say? Because like you know there are difficult passages. We don't like as a Christian. My rule of thumb is not to see them. Oh, these are contradictory. There must be somewhere wrong. No, there is an answer. I just have to do my due diligence to see if I can um make sense of it without jeopardizing the text. Like, oh, this is wrong, and here's an exception. I think like making an exception is jeopardizing the text. Maybe we disagree on that, but um, on most apologetic stuff, like it's not giving like excuses. I'm like, well, it was passable because of this. No, there's like reasons behind that. And you and I talked about several things about like polygamy and eschatology when it comes to preterism, and then etc. etc. We had like so many discussions, but I definitely don't see this as an exception. I think this is like a something unique, and we need to expand it more.
Yeah, and the thing, it's never given a rule, hard and fast rule, like you would say with Hebrews 9, right? It's just a phenomenon, basically a
Yeah.
phenomenon we can't explain in the Bible.
Yeah, I definitely do see like if okay, if we were to put, and I guess I'll say this, if we were to put it like in a um I was in a spectrum, like I know that word has a connotation. There's different degrees of resurrection. I think Jesus is at the higher end of that, receiving a glorified body, and there's like a low. And what we see within the Bible and in real time, you see like lesser degrees of Jesus' glorified resurrection. We're going to experience that in latter times. But all we're seeing is like diluted versions of the resurrection. Lazarus and all these people fit on the lower end scale of that spectrum. That I can say, like, if we were to put a picture in thought, what I'm trying to convey with that.
Okay.
But
Well,
definitely would
that
say that the people have like, okay, God is like, all right, this time, this day, this hour, you're gonna die, and then like your stats, like after you died, like this is what happens after. Like he makes an assessment, whether it be the white throne or the seat of Christ.
okay. Well, that sort of veered us off because originally it was about Revelation 11. And so, but still a good discussion. So basically, um, with that, what so you would say they're serving along with the two witnesses, which I would agree.
Yes,
Um, I would just say that they're on Earth. They're in Mount Zion.
correct.
Although I would. So would you? So I'm just wondering. So would it be that in your view, the 144,000, these Israelites, these that are sealed,
Hmm.
do are they continuously in heaven, or do they come down to Earth?
I
I'm
would say
just
they
wondering.
come down to earth.
Okay. Now,
Because like if
and
they're like how angels can operate both heaven and earth, it's just like, okay, I'm just waiting to God give me an assignment. Will an angel, a seraphim, cherubim, an angel, a principality or power will come down and exercise the authority granted by God in some capacity? Yes, that's not a foreign concept. So I think these 144,000 are doing exactly like that, but it's a specific time. Like, are they doing things outside of that? I would argue no, but they do have like a duty within Revelation 7 all the way to 14, and we just see into that. I think the reason why, because I'm not saying they're not on the earth. They came from heaven down there and they're getting sealed, but until they can deliver the ministry alongside with the two witnesses, they have to get sealed for it as protection. I don't think they can experience that because they already died. So that's my stance on it. I think the seal just serves protection. I think the reason why they show up in Mount Zion and whatever they're doing afterwards is because in order for people to identify the two witnesses and the 144,000, I think Zion plays a key role that it's not a spiritual, it has to be physical Zion. Because I think with the people that are within the 7 years, I think if they're being ministered by these individuals, they can come up with the conclusion. I'm like, oh wow, this is actually Enoch and Elijah. These are not individuals that are pretending to be so. This is actually them. And for some reason, there's always a mountain involved that goes through different names. Um, like the mountain of Transfiguration, I think it's the same mountain that's being mentioned here, just another interchangeable word or title that's being used, and it goes from there, and then it quickly proceeds after that. That's like my view on it.
okay, well, yeah. So the things that are agreed is definitely it's definitely on Earth. I would say they're continuously on Earth, but actually, that's another thing. So, so with these 144,000,
Hmm.
in your view, do they have like resurrected bodies? Like when they come back to Earth, or are they spirits
Now, I would say
that are
they're
not?
ethereal, like just like how because I don't take angels, because this is another discussion I had with Crab. I don't take that as like every creature up there is an angel. Um, and there's different classification of angels. I don't take that. I think it's a misnomer. There's different classification of spiritual creatures. Angel is more like a role. That's why like Isaiah 14, like it talks about Satan being a cherubim, but he also disguises an angel of light, which is another way of saying a messenger of light. So I see angel as a role. Now, talking about these spiritual creatures exercise their agency within heaven or on earth, regardless. Because if I read Job into this, God says, where have you been? What have you been doing? He goes, I've been coming to and from the earth, so I'm not definitely reading hell into that. So he's definitely going back and forth on heaven and earth between these two planes, exercising whatever he's allowed to do so. He said himself, so I wouldn't denote ethereal beings doing the same thing. I definitely do think they take some shape, but they don't take a physical shape. This is why it makes sense because when I read Revelation 11, I'm like, how come they're capable of killing the two witnesses, but not the 144,000? It almost seems like the 144,000 don't like are not jeopardized. There's no sense of danger within the text, and it seems like they have some kind of I want to say invulnerability, but they have some immunity to like whatever's happening on the earth, but the two witnesses don't. So I would say that they lack the same seal these individuals do. I think when they die, they go into heaven afterwards because they serve their purpose. But the 144,000 continue.
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah, I do believe the 144,000 are protected. I don't think there's any doubt about that. I would say though, technically speaking, I mean, angels are ethereal, right? The living elders, resurrected saints are not ethereal, but they're like sort of immune to damage, if you want to say that, because they're
Hmm.
never gonna be corruptible. They're immortal. And so it sort of seemed like, okay, with the seal, why would they need a seal if they're already ethereal, if they're already immune to damage, if that makes sense?
Well, so like you and I like can experience damage in a physical sense, but there's damage in a non-physical sense, like emotion. Like these spiritual creatures definitely do have emotion, despite lacking a physical brain and having these camera correction to produce whatever emotion, they still have emotions. I mean, Ephesians, right? It talks about do not grieve the Holy Spirit, but the Holy Spirit is, not a not a physical person without the Godhead. So I can understand that there is damage in different senses, so it doesn't mean that they can't experience um, different senses of I guess pain. I definitely would say they can experience emotional pain. Now, when it comes about God's fury, same thing. It's like a whole range of scope. Like it goes from the tangible to the intangible. When God pours out His fury, definitely people on Earth will feel it, sense it, assess it, weigh it, how it manifests, whether the personal and generally speaking. I think that seal protects every sense of that. So it's not just, like let's say the waters are destroyed and it really affects like all sense like tsunamis and etc etc. They're like immune to it because of I would say like buff effects, like if it gives me like 100% immunity from fire damage, that means even though like fire can be my presence and I can interact with it, I can no longer be hurt with it. This fire is supposed to represent God's fury, in every sense of His judgment. So I guess that's why I'll play for it. I'm pretty sure like you can ethereally affect a spirit because um this is something you said in the past. So like for instance, it talks about the Archangel Michael chaining Lucifer for 1,000 years. Are there physical chains? I would say so, no. But I would say there's still chains regardless. Like they're able to restrict an ethereal being despite not having a physical body.
Yeah. So with that, the thing is though, is that God's judgments, I mean, in some sense, they can cause emotional damage. There's no doubt about that. Um, but they do seem to be they like the judgments, the bowls, trumpets, seals, they do seem to be physical in their scope, right? So they are physical, like fire and brimstone type stuff.
Hmm.
Famine, so it's all this stuff is physical effects. And so an ain't like for instance, the angels that you see in the Revelation 7:1 to 2, you see the angels holding it back. You see the angels, the three angels going out preaching the gospel. You see the angels spreading the bowls, all that
Hmm.
stuff.
Correct.
They seem they don't have a seal on them, but they also don't seem to be affected either way by the judgments.
Yeah, it's like okay,
Um,
like think of it like this: like the angels are holding a bow and just substitute that bow to the gun. They're pointing to the direction, and like the direction of the point is on the earth. So obviously, from that perspective, they're safe. because they're pointing not at themselves, they're pointing at, where the target is landing. So that's what I see. But since these 144,000 are on the Earth, and these angels are, pointing their bazookas and guns, and like we're using them as like a way to allegorize this, that they're are causing harm because that's what they serve. These 144,000 have to be immune to that. Like when I say protection, I think the best way is that immunity. They have immunity to these weapons of destruction. Uh that's a colloquial term for God's wrath, essentially.
Yeah, but they would. It seems like, again, they're ethereal, they're immortal. They would already, regardless, be immune to that wrath.
Nah,
I mean,
nah, I wouldn't say
okay,
so. Let's see if I can see some Old Testament examples. Okay, so there are ethereal fallen angels in hell chained up. Like if physical matter was such a hard issue, they could just phase out of hell, but they don't. So I think
yeah,
what
yeah,
happened is, instead of matter and being involved, there's energy being involved. Because if
and
God can rain down manna, and it's not a physical thing, but they consume it as energy, and that satiates their hunger. That means that instead of eating food and letting their body process it into calories, energy, they're still receiving energy at the end of the day. I think that's what's happening. Like you can dissipate non-physical things, and we see that in science. There's a thing called the Einstein condensate, which perpetually floats between um, water, gas, and solid, which is very interesting. So it's neither of them, but there's kind of like a weird thing that it's there. It's naked to the visible eye, but you can actually heat it up and you can disperse it temporarily, but it comes back together after some amount of time. Even though nothing physically is being involved, you're literally using uh, a high infrared UV rays to dissolve this particle that's not categorized in these three states: water, liquid, and gas. It's still condensate that can be dispersed, even though nothing physical is being involved. So if I can see them, the observable universe, and even use experiments on non-physical things, that means that in the unseen realm, there's things being damaged, affected, momentarily dispersed, even though nothing physically is happening, like the fire. So as both of them do happen, there's physical damage, and just because these ethereal beings can't suffer through these physical things, that doesn't mean that, how God structured the universe, they can't be affected by non-physical things. And that includes damage as well. They can be damaged, but just not in the way you and I can perceive it.
so they can be damaged by the physical judgments because the physical judgment emanates from some sort of energy within the angels giving them.
No, there's
It,
nothing physical
oh,
involved. Like a UV light, like you can measure and stuff like that, but it's not like okay, if the sunlight came onto you, you can feel it, right? But it's not tangible, like it's not physical. Even though I can
no, no, no.
interact with it with some degree, that's what I'm trying to say. Like the same light that's shining down on me can also affect these angels despite not being tangible.
Okay, but okay, so that's sort of really, so like the thing is, physical has to do with physics, the laws of physics,
True.
right? Things that are, like, I would say, by definition, there's only physical and spiritual. There's only physical and
Right.
non-physical. Okay. Now, basically, with physical, it's anything that exists within the known universe. Anything. And that includes sunlight, by the way. Sunlight is physical. It's not like any sort of thing like air. I mean, for instance, air is physical. Air is a thing that
Yep.
exists within the universe. You touch it, you sense it. Um, and it's tangible. But you can't grab onto air. You can't grab onto sunlight,
Right.
right? But the thing is, angels are in a different class. I would say angels and ethereal beings and spirits, like the just men made perfect, they are in a different class, right? Because they're not part of the physical world currently, right now. They're not. Now they can sort of affect it. they can affect the physical world, no doubt. But they can, but they in themselves, like if sunlight, for instance, if there was sunlight and the sunlight was shining on me, but then an angel stepped in front of it, the sunlight would still shine on me because the sunlight could easily just phase right through them, right? Because again, they're not part of the physical world. Um, you know, now of course we are body, soul, and spirit. So we experience the physical world. Our soul experiences the physical world because of our body, right? Because we're a body soul composite. There's no doubt about that. But our soul, if you separate our soul from our body, our soul it doesn't experience anything physical. Well, not yeah, in regards to this realm, you know, I would say. But I don't know if that's a point of disagreement.
Well, I want to
So
say it's not entirely physical. It's just like, there's like a low degree because it's all there's a one factor that I've yet to establish, and I'll do it now, is that it's also a matter of perception. Like I see from Ezekiel's perspective, like God momentarily gave him this sight into the unseen realm. It's not because it's just purely invisible, but because like how God created us, there's things that are happening around us that we can't perceive unless like God is like, okay, momentary, I'll allow you to see instances wherever it is. So consciously, Ezekiel was able to see all these different classifications of spiritual creatures that's always been there. And he gets started by it, and so when he's just describing them, and over time they just went away because it wasn't supposed to be a permanent thing. So um, yes, the light can hit you, and the angels, like being there, won't get in the way of the light. But I'm saying that light will hit the angel, regardless. But you can't perceive that. Um, that's what I'm trying to get at. Like I'm pretty sure these spiritual entities can face different types of damage and like benefits because, like I said, with the manna, it's being described food of the angels. So if these creatures cannot have like a physical mouth and physical whatever, right? Anything that's tangible, right? That doesn't mean that they can't consume something that we can also consume. So there is definitely like a high to low degree of what we can interact. I wouldn't say Silent isn't completely devoid of anything physical. I agree with you that it just has a very, 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 very degree of law of tangibility from our perspective. But that doesn't say it doesn't affect these spiritual creatures. Of course it did. I'm pretty sure if you devoid sunlight out of these spiritual creatures, it will affect them to a degree. It's just, we're unable to perceive it, but it's still happening outside of our perception, is what I'm trying to get at. Um, so yes, when God pours out His fury, it manifests both physically and spiritually. Um, there is no dispute because I think this is where we agree on. They can't face physical damage, but that doesn't mean they can face spiritual damage. Is what I'm trying to say. And like how these angels are pouring out and on the earth, and it's gonna receive both. It's not an either or. It's a both and. They have to have immunity on their department. You know, just like if I can wear like a suit to prevent from me a radiation, I see the seal of God serving the same function. All right, to prevent this, and we're saying God's right, I need to have this seal because it's coming here, it's pointing us, we can be affected by it. We need some form of protection, and it doesn't need to be elaborate. To a degree, I just see it as a seal of God as just that, just immunity buffs, if anything.
yeah, okay. Um, and so I'm seeing that. I think with this 140, we might have actually gone into this way more than we went into Hebrews 10, but that's all right. Honestly,
No, I mean
yeah.
that's the
So
nature of Revelation, bro. Cause like the book, like it says a whole lot, and then like you need like the whole entirety of the scriptures to like make sense of it. Like that's the only way it's possible. Like Hebrews 10 only focuses on specific aspect, but Revelation is brother. Like you have to spend years to understand that book, like decades, maybe even centuries, my dude. But
yeah,
definitely
I would.
like a lot of aspects play into it. Like like we said, we just touch on physics, we just talk on perception. Like usually, like you don't hear that in this conversation, but you kind of need it to like try to see if it's like okay. This I can rationalize with it. It's more than just imaginary. It's more than just all spiritual from the preterist perspective. At least like this way, like it doesn't seem like we're coming off from like, oh, just trust me. We can actually like verbally rationalize what could happen and what has happened. Like angels can be affected to like various degrees. And me watching I think a good movie would be Spectre, where it talks about the Eisen condensate. Um, I'm sorry, Einstein condensate is like when I saw that and I was like, okay, that means like spiritual creatures can affect damage, and there's some biblical descriptions of it, like how that actually plays out. Maybe we'll get like eyes and we can actually see into it. I'm assuming so, because if we're gonna go to heaven, we can actually see all these very different ontological different creatures that now we're going to be interacting with. So when we look on the earth and what's happening there, we can actually see all these descriptions being playing out. Just these humans can't perceive it, but we can. I'm assuming that's going to happen. Like these chains, even though they're not physical, they are going to bound these fallen angels and anybody else who's going to be in the lake of fire and stuff like that. Like that is not very difficult for me to conceptualize. It's just the difficulty is like, okay, I'm trying to understand from this perspective. Like tangibly, already you're going off on a wrong foot because like you're trying to understand pre-calculus by using geometry. You see, like there, you can't really like make sense of it because you're using the wrong measurement to like understand it. You see from that perspective?
Yeah, I mean, we're analyzing it from all the possible angles, and so you're going to get into a lot of stuff: the physical angle, the spiritual angle, the timing angle. I mean, I think we basically talked about all almost all of the issues. We talked about the timing of it. We talked of them. We talked about, okay, why did it say that they're with no guile? Why did it say that they're virgins? What does that mean? What is Mount Zion? Why are they sealed? Are they part of the 144,000? Sorry, the great multitude. Does the great multitude include Jews? Who else? And I mean, just so you know, all of that stuff. You know, um,
Yeah,
all of that stuff.
it's just the point of contention is on who are the 144,000. Obviously, like if you're just sticking with the scriptures, it's like a really like elusive implication. I think
Okay.
somewhere I think in some Jewish texts, I think it mentions, because I have it in my notes, I just don't remember from the top of my head where it cites it from. Some Jewish texts link this. So that's the only thing I have towards that. If I use like scriptures to draw like who are these could be, it's very difficult to say like these are people who were sealed that are not part of the rapture and like the church, but then they also are not being redeemed within the Great Tribulation or afterwards. So who are they? My best distinguishable group would have to be these slain uh, first fruits, these virgins, in both sense of like like if I were to pinpoint, they would be the best candidate. Like I've maybe we can look up another group that has existed or will in the future that could be considered. So far, I haven't um, found like a runner-up at least. I just I don't know. I just can't see it. Maybe there's like a group in Genesis. I don't know, but the remnant of Israel, the fact they're calling children of Israel, I think it has like a double entendre. They are children of Israel, but you know, they're young in spirit because they haven't developed, they haven't matured in the physical realm, so they died too off early. I'm just grabbing like what I have. So far, I haven't come up with like another person to come up this place because we've seen incorrect interpretations. We have Jehovah Witnesses. They assume it's 144,000. I'm like, oh, that's pretty grim because are you saying that the only ones coming out of Revelation is this very small percentage of people? That doesn't sound favorable. Um, but if they're a separate group serving a specific purpose, and God intended for more people to be saved outside of the 144,000, that aligns in God's character. So with all these factors, like it's very hard for me to not place them as the children Herod slain.
Well, also, this is also another. This also corresponds to it. My thing also is that if you actually look at the Herod text, it says, "Then when Herod," so this is in Matthew 2, verse 16, "then when Herod saw that he had been tricked by the Magi, he had become very enraged and sent men and killed all the boys who were in Bethlehem and all its vicinity, who were 2 years old or under, according to the time which he determined from the Magi."
Mhm.
So it seems to me from this, what you're killing is specifically those in Bethlehem, which is Bethlehem Ephrata, and the surrounding vicinity. That could include Jerusalem, but probably the surrounding cities like Galilee and stuff like that. So it seems to me it includes, yeah, obviously it does include these Jews. My main issue, though, on top of it, not really stating 144,000, the main issue, though, is that you didn't actually see the 12 tribes return during the Babylonian exile, right? You saw only two mainly,
Correct.
and you had and Levites and a few, maybe a few, um, of the other tribes. You just saw Benjamin, Judah, and Levites to continue the priesthood. Most of them were disobedient, which you see very clearly in Ezra and Nehemiah when they did the census. And so when you see that, it doesn't seem like you could have those numbers to have 12,000 from each tribe. It seems like they would mostly be from two tribes. Or am I?
Um, well, I don't think that's an issue because like you just read this. One key factor is that why we can read this back in Revelation 14 is because it says male children and the fact that it says they didn't define themselves as women. So it's hard lock male babies. Like they can't be male both male babies and female babies. So there's one connection that I
Well,
can't disregard. And I guess the
well, I don't
yeah.
babies. I don't think it says babies in Revelation 14.
No, no, no.
It just
It refers to like these are only ontological male because it says they didn't define themselves as women. If it said they didn't define themselves of partners or the women of man, like how Genesis is, like the sons of God intermingle with the daughters of man. Like if it says something like similar to that or using that type of language, then I wouldn't been so contingent on it. But because like you can draw these conclusions, I'm like okay, ontologically, they have to be male at one point and they're still male. Not a single one is a female
yeah,
or
wouldn't
anything other.
yeah, I wouldn't say that they're female. I don't think I don't think it says in Revelation 14 that they're baby. I mean, it just says that they're
Well,
virgin.
I'm saying from Matthew 2, what you just read is what I was referring to.
Yeah, from Matthew 2, yeah, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. In Revelation,
So
Matthew
I'm
2,
just putting them two together. Because like with
yeah,
those two passages are like okay they are ontologically male no no doubt about it is what I'm trying to say.
right, yeah. So they're both male. The thing is, I don't see the numbers
Ah
or
yeah,
the
so that's the
plausible.
aspect I was yet to address. So for the numbers, um yeah, that's a question of it's believable. Like would there be that amount of babies? Um I don't think it's
Well,
region
not.
locked.
It's like, are there enough of the other 10 tribes? That's what I'm getting at.
Right.
Like,
So but you're
yeah,
saying is your question kind of like implying like around these times these cities they won't have people from these tribes?
not really. So what you see is that a lot of them stayed. So if you look in Acts chapter 2,
Hmm.
um, see people. So I'm actually going to go to it. So in Acts chapter 2, it says, um, so yeah, it says in verse 8, it says, "And how is it that we each hear them in our own language to which we were born?" So this is actually talking about Israelites. And we know it's talking about Israelites because Paul said, because, Peter says, "Let all the house of Israel know." So this is talking about the whole house of Israel, the 12 tribes, right? But he says, "How is it that we can hear them each in our own language to which we were born? Parthians, Medes, Elamites, and residents of Mesopotamia, Judea, Cappadocia, Pontus, Asia, Phrygia, Pamphylia, Egypt, and the parts of Libya, Cyrene, etc., etc., etc. Both Jews and proselytes, right? And so so these are Jews that are not in Jerusalem. These are a lot, in fact, many. This is on Pentecost, a major holiday. This is Jews that are not in Jerusalem. They're not in Bethlehem. They're not in the land of Judea, and yet they're ethnically Jewish, which you see in Ezra and Nehemiah. Um, only like only a couple thousand from Benjamin and Judah came to reside in Judea, you know, and so you wouldn't have the amount of numbers of 120,000 of the other tribes to be able to get these slaughtered babies in, because it says where exactly it was in Matthew 2. It was in Bethlehem and the surrounding cities. So that would only include the land of Judea, which historically we know only had those two tribes at that time after the exile.
Wait, hold on, I'm reading in the text right now. Because I don't think it's localized. Okay, put to death all the. Okay, here in Bethlehem and in all its districts. So the New King James says in all its districts, but what does the King James say?
Yeah, so King James says, and all the coasts thereof. Yeah, and
Okay,
so the coast
interesting.
of Bethlehem has many cities. One of the cities is called Bethlehem Ephrata. That's where Jesus was born. But there's many cities within Bethlehem that Jesus was born. Um, so yeah, basically, and Bethlehem was it's sort of locked into that one city. And historically, we know. In fact, I'll even ask ChatGPT, right? Um, did Bethlehem at the time of Jesus's birth have uh many of the other tribes other than Benjamin and that returned from the exile? Okay, so I'm asking it, and it says, so yeah, it says short version, yeah, Bethlehem could have had people from other tribes, but Judah and Benjamin would have been the dominant group. Let me unpack without going into fantasy history mode. What tribes were actually in Judah at that time? After the Babylonian exile, the people who returned were overwhelmingly from Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Ezra and Nehemiah made this super clear. Ezra 1 and 2 lists returning exiles, Judah, Benjamin, and Levites. Very few people from the northern 10 tribes returned in any significant traceable capacity. The other tribes were absorbed among the nations of lost tribes. So, what about Bethlehem specifically? Bethlehem is in Judah's territory, part of Judea. It was overwhelmingly populated by Judahites, because that makes sense. It's in Bethlehem, afraid of the city of David. Benjaminites and Levites. Um, and could there be other groups? Yes, but they wouldn't be identifiable tribal groups with land genealogy or local presence, right? Um, and so yeah, I would say yeah, I think that historically you wouldn't have enough people. Just from the history of Ezra 1 and 2 and Nehemiah 1 and 2, you wouldn't have enough people to be able to have 120,000 people slaughtered specifically from those tribes. You
Yeah,
would only have,
that's fine. I
yeah.
don't think that's an issue because like, obviously there's numerous texts like Deuteronomy 18, Jeremiah as well. Like they have been spread, but I wouldn't say they all came back to. I'd say a certain number came back to Judea and all those districts, but I would say like there are still tribes that were out there. What I could see is that um the Israelites were known for migrating. They were people that go place to place, and according to Deuteronomy 18, they'll go to places like, hey, we don't want you as slaves, even though you're offering yourselves. Like, we don't want anything to do with you. So maybe they find a place that they're able to like somewhat prosper. Um, so it includes these lands. I would say like in the perspective of Herod, right? If he couldn't prevent the Messiah's coming, even though like he pinpointed, but then he was essentially like distracted into chasing, you know, something that ended up nothing, he'll be like, all right, let's start where we're at right now and start killing all these babies near here, and then outreach, because obviously if they try to escape, which of course it literally tells them that they were Egypt, and Egypt is pretty far from where they're
Yeah.
at. It's literally across the whole sea, so it's not uh fallacious to say like Herod executed order at first in the proximity because it's convenient, it's easy, and it gives like the initial thing out, but then he spread that out to make sure that we gotta kill at least babies from 2 years and under to make sure that out of these children from all the tribes, there's not a single one missing. That I
Well,
could believe it. Like he would have
well,
enough power and influence to do so.
he could, right? He could, but in Matthew 2, it just lists it all it is it just lists the those two and under. That's
Well, that's the
um
age. That gives me like a far broader range. I think like I will lean to your perspective if the text said it only or it ended. Like if it started here and it ended here, then I wouldn't even like classify the same children. But because it mentions this and it doesn't really like emphasize or denote that it was more localized than it was broad, um, I can see from this narrative like it definitely had an inception point, but it didn't end there. You know,
well,
you yeah, go ahead.
but it doesn't like that's so sorry. I mentioned the age. I was saying it like yes, you in how do I say this? Hypothetically, like you could, like, okay, yes, Herod could have gone out further, and like Luke could have chosen not to record that for the purpose of something, but like as far as what we know though, like I can only go based off of what I know. All we know, which would actually make the most sense, is that he would just be in starting in Bethlehem and the coast and the surrounding cities. Like that that's all we know though. And so it actually wouldn't make sense for Herod. I don't even think he'd have the jurisdiction to even go into like Egypt or something like that, or like the places where the other Jews are gathered. It wouldn't actually make sense because he doesn't know that they're gonna leave. Um, like all he knows is that hey, this baby was prophesied to be born in Bethlehem according to these magi, and so I'm gonna kill all the babies in Bethlehem, right? Like it doesn't like I get what you're saying. It doesn't say only, right? Like we
Hmm.
shouldn't like it doesn't say only, I guess technically, but obviously if that's the only thing listed, it's sort of like okay, well that's all I can go off of. And I wouldn't have any reason to suspect another thing that he went into. You know what I mean?
No, I mean,
Um
you could see examples of this because like for me, I need to see that like it's heavily localized, and I don't even need to look for only, but I don't see any word that will connotate to that. Like for instance, like the day and hour. You and I agree on that. Like Jesus, whether you take on these two interpretations, one is more correct, and which is what I hold to. Jesus doesn't know the day and hour, like in a literal sense, like he doesn't have that knowledge. I would say like he does know, he just can't say it according to Acts 1, but it doesn't mention the Holy Spirit. So that if you take it through that way, like does that throw in the monkey in a wrench just because the Holy Spirit isn't mentioned? It makes an exception, or just the Holy Spirit also doesn't know. But since I know that this is like a thing of who has the authority to say it, if we were to factor in the Holy Spirit, uh, only the Father still has that right. So if I read this back into Matthew 2, just because these things are mentioned and doesn't mention other places, do we disregard that? I would say no. Because think
well,
about this,
I would
right? Right, hold on. Let me finish on with this thought. Well, not if, when Jesus' parents went to Egypt, I would assume there will be other Israelites as well, because it's very difficult for a family of two, one of them is pregnant, to somehow go over there and have no association with anybody and just try to integrate a society momentarily until they come back to Jerusalem. they would have to have connections with Israelites of neighboring cities or even like states in order for to go there to and from. So if that's possible in those times, because I've read histories that, like, despite technology, the world was interconnected to some degree, not in terms of today, because we have planes and stuff like that. But there is like how did these people end up from here to there? And one of them plays into migration. Like it's very difficult for like solitary units, households migrating into other cities without dying, because it'll be very difficult to reach Egypt on just like two people alone, one of them being pregnant. I would I will have to assume, even though the text doesn't grant me this, it's more realistic and believable. They have like a network of like, oh, there's like Israelites here and there, because I can see that in real life. Like, even though I'm Ecuadorian, there's so many Ecuadorians here. I live in an area where there's most happen to be Ecuadorians, so it wasn't surprised that out of all the states of the United, my parents choose to, they picked the one where it's like the presence of Ecuadorians are high in this state and this area, but that doesn't negate that there's other states and other cities where there's Ecuadorians present. They just happen to pick this one. So I could see that, you know, because of that. So I don't know if you have a rebuttal towards that.
Well, it's less of a rebuttal, more of like a okay, anyone can like have a possibility of things, but I would say I would say this. I would say the fact that it mentions not just Bethlehem, but all its vicinity, I think that on its own would give a contextually limiting statement. Because if he just said Bethlehem, I think we could say, okay, yeah, he's just saying Bethlehem as like the main location, but it can branch out further logically into other cities of Judea. Okay, yeah, I can see that. But because it also labels all this vicinity, it's like, okay, yeah, he definitely starts in Bethlehem, but then he branches out to these other places, you know? And also remember, the reason why he went to Egypt was to fulfill the saying of Hosea 11, typologically, of course. Like Egypt is not a random location that they just went to because it was far enough away. No, it was very specific. It says the angel says, "Take the child and flee to Egypt." So the angel tells them, right? The angel tells them to flee to Egypt,
Right.
um, to fulfill a prophecy. Um, and it says he stayed there so that what would happen by the Lord through the prophet Hosea would be fulfilled. Out of Egypt, I called my son. So you have Matthew seeing that Jesus is fulfilling what Israel failed at, right? He came out of Egypt. He gave the law on a mountain. He was the one who was tempted in the wilderness. He was the faithful Israelite who died where Israel failed, right?
Hmm.
And you see the Passover Exodus meal as well. It's very clear what Matthew's trying to do. I don't think it was just because um, I don't think it was just because it was a close proximity. I think it was also to fulfill scripture ultimately.
Well,
I would say.
when I say close proximity, I didn't say like in the sense of like how far it is distance-wise. I'm saying like I think it's thematic. Like if anything, your response more complimentary rather than like, well, this is why I say against towards it, because there's a reason why he specific pick Egypt. One, it's fulfilling prophecy. Yes, there's no question about that. But then there's also factors of other ways, because like how does that play out? Because the angels just tell them this is where you have to go. Nowhere does the text it's like, okay, the angel guided them or helped them. That is unanswered. So like that's all to speculation. If I were to like make sense of it, like, okay, we had 2,000 years out. I'm living here now. Like if I was in Jesus' position, or like maybe Joseph's position, more realistically, if I was Joseph's position, how is it actually achievable? Because like obviously God with the Old Testament showed like with this group of people, this mixed multitude, those that foreshadow Christ and those that were around the foreshadowings of Christ. Like Moses was the foreshadowing of Christ, but then there was other people alongside with Moses. Are there other people as well that are inhabiting Egypt or went to Egypt with it? I would assume so. And there's actually a society of people there. Um, even though like Egypt were delivered from there. Because if Deuteronomy 18 says that he liberated you from Egypt, but then people willingly go there out of rebellion, is to assume that they did so. They did so, and even though they're met with a harsh welcoming, they probably still stick around. That up until Jesus' birth, is there like a community of people at Egypt or near Egypt? I would say so, because like it's thematic. Um, are there Israelites outside of Judea and its neighboring town? I would say so as well, because it'll be very difficult. Because here's another monkey in a wrench that I didn't mention. It'll be pretty difficult to find people from these 12 tribes today. Like they're so dispersed that we have Jews and Israelites all over the place, and with the genetic pool, their like uh backgrounds are so like intermingled with other uh people from parts of the world. Like it'll be very hard to be like, oh yeah, this person is like a long descendant of the tribe of Levi and Benjamin, even though they were majority in this time. So um, I would say it's more
Yeah.
believable according to Matthew 2 that these people are accounted for in this time rather than let's say like rapture and the great tribulation happens 5 years from now. Like where are you getting these people from these tribes when even if you go to Israel, you can't even trace them with that bloodline back to these tribes. Like it'll actually be more
The
difficult.
Well, actually, not necessarily, because here's the thing: you're not the one who's meant to look at someone and say, "Hey, this person's from this specific tribe," because that's not the point of it. The point of it is that he's regathering the 12 tribes, regardless regardless of whatever land allotments they have,
Hmm.
right? Because before Israel was fresh out of Egypt, yeah, you could do that. Joshua 24, I think it's 24. I think, yeah, Joshua, it lists it very clearly lists all of the different allotments of the lands to the different tribes, and if you're born in a specific tribe, you have this land allotment. Yeah, that's great and all, but then after time, you're right, you have more dispersion, you have more mixing, and after 70 AD, with them being scattered and everywhere and being trampled underfoot of the sword, which you see in Luke 21. Yeah, definitely, it's going to be dispersed. But the thing is, you're not meant to look at someone and say, "Hey, you're from the tribe of Levi. You're gonna be this tribe." That's not the point of it, because ultimately the point is that God knows who's of the tribe. I think like saying, "Okay, it can't be people today." Well, I've heard that argument before, but the truth is, it's God who's the one who's sealing them, not you. You don't
No,
have to know
I
who
get
these.
that, but like I'm saying, I'm 100% agree with you. God knows at the end of the day. But like the fact there is, I'm saying it's more difficult. Like how can one person be like, okay, God knows, but I want to see if I can know as well. What determines if somebody is from of tribe, if these genetic dispersion is a thing? Like they're becoming less from these tribes than they are getting closer to it, is what I'm agreeing with. Whoever God decides who are these 144,000, if we're assuming that they're going to pick back later, what is the criteria to figure out like how and where? Because if you're saying it doesn't matter, God is gathering, that's exactly what I'm arguing for, and according to Matthew 2 and what led up to that, these individuals are more believable there, and you can trace them back from the tribe. If Herod wants to execute this, it's easier for him to do it back then than it is today. Like if let's say he was going to do that today, where does he even start? Because Jews are all over the place. But back then, they weren't as dispersed, but still dispersed at the end of the day. And if we're on the same page that he's gathering, it's most likely more probable. I'm not saying impossible. More probable back then than it is today is what I'm trying to say.
Well, yeah, but even then, right? Even if we ignore the 144,000, right? That's very clearly delineates the tribes. You even have Jesus in Isaiah chapter 49 say, it says very clearly, right? In Isaiah 49 verse 5 and 6, it says, and now says the Lord, who formed me from the womb to be his servant, to bring Jacob back to him, so that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of God, and my God is my strength. He says, it is too small a thing that you should be my servant. to raise up the tribes of Jacob and to restore the protected ones of Israel. I will also make you light of the nations, so that my salvation. Yeah, so literally, Jesus in Isaiah 49 also regathers the 12. He also regathers the 12 tribes,
Mhm.
right? And even though he technically doesn't know all, well, he knows, but we don't know all of whichever tribe. And even this is in the end time. You see in Ezekiel 37, same thing. He's going to make the two sticks, Israel and Judah, which contain Israel is the 10 tribes, Judah is the 2 tribes. He's going to form them as one so that they will all be Israel, right? The nation of Israel.
Mhm.
And so even if we ignore the 144,000, you still have all of the tribes of the earth coming back to the land of Israel, right? And Jesus would obviously know what constitutes as which tribe and how much percentage of each tribe is allowed and stuff like that. I think that's the point of it.
Later, but I've taken it like he already gathered them. Like I think that's our contention, right?
Yeah. I would say, yeah, 144,000. They could be already born now, or they could not be born. I don't know. It depends on when the Lord
Well,
comes.
I think I'll mention this because I don't because now you just reminded me of something I haven't mentioned, and this will probably be the last thing because I think we pretty much covered the most of this particular topic. I guess like what also helps me to say that these 144,000 are already preserved. They have yet to receive the seal is because of the description back into Revelation 14 that they follow the Lamb wherever he goes. So I take that as a literal approach. I don't think it's like okay, they're gonna follow Jesus within this time. I think that's always what they did ever since they were slain and picked. If they're described the first fruits is the best of Christ, and Christ is, the forerunner of that. If they're in this specific group, they have these terms. I would say if Jesus came, right, um, and he was born, and then they were slain, they're just following Christ up until that point, because it makes sense that they were harvested together. Like if they're being synonymously being put in this group, first fruits, and it was Jesus, they traveled together, and when they were harvested, they got harvested together. So I think it'll be very difficult that at one point that the 144,000 were not following Christ. Like, what would be even the point of mentioning that and like drawing these Old Testament allusions if they don't hold any weight to it? So I guess that will be the last thing I'll mention why I would consider them because like why would John even mention this if um if it became like something minute like John 27 where it talks about Jesus folding the napkin, right? And that's supposed to point back to like an idiom between a servant and a master. I would say that detail is like very important even though like it doesn't seem on the surface level. I think that also contribute into like who are these individuals. So I think that's a good point, but if it's not for others, then I guess.
Yeah,
But
I would say for that last point, and for the last thing I would say about that, I would say to explain it in my view, because I guess we're both kind of explaining both of our views. To explain it, I would say John uses narrative structure like present tense, aorist tense a lot. Sometimes he uses aorist tense to talk about past actions. Sometimes present tense to talk about, or sorry, aorist tense to talk about future actions. Present tense to talk about future actions, because technically all of it is future from our perspective. The tribulation hasn't happened yet, but when he says these are the ones who follow the Lamb wherever he goes, he's talking about yes. At the time he's talking about the narrative structure, right? You see this in Matthew and Luke, where sometimes they'll switch to present tense. He says Jesus, where Luke will say, "Oh, Jesus walked," and then Matthew says Jesus is walking. So it's a narrative structure to sort of put you in the focus. So John says at this time, these people are going to follow him wherever he goes, and I think again that I think I mentioned this before. I briefly hinted. That's talking about their mission service, right? These are the people in their missions in evangelizing, mostly to the Jewish people, but also to the rest of the world. These people are following Christ wherever he goes in terms of their mission. Because just like we agree they're on Mount Zion. They're the ones singing the song, this literal physical place,
Hmm.
but they're all like focused on their mission, their work, and that's why they're gathered at Mount Zion for that purpose. So I think that's why it explains why it's saying they're following him. I think in both a spiritual sense and in terms of a servant sense, I would say.
Okay, I just noticed that you said something that I need to revisit because this actually might uh, be something that you have to reconcile. If because like I agree with the first fruits, it's supposed to be the gathering of the best before the greater harvest. If they're placed this term with Jesus, that means they've been harvested together. Therefore, that's why this term. If the harvest of the first fruit was in Christ's ascension, then how can you reconcile that they were harvested separate? Like they would have to be harvested together. Wouldn't that be Christ's ascension, which happened, of course,
For
2,000 years ago?
Well, so that's the thing. Like, you're just saying, well, because it was 2,000 years ago that Jesus ascended, and because they also, I guess, these babies, right? They also died at around 2,000 years ago. That therefore, I guess not therefore, but sort of like that is supports the idea that, well, these things happen at the same time because Christ is the first fruits. Yes, but the thing is, Christ is the first fruits of the resurrection. So, like, Christ is the first fruits of a particular thing, which is the first fruits of every other resurrection that's going to take place. Whether it's the church resurrection, the Old Testament saints resurrection, the tribulations, all of that, every man is in his own order. Christ is the first one, and then everyone else. But these people are the first fruits in terms of the faithful remnant of Israel, right? These are the first fruits in terms of the gathering of Israel, I would say, because the gathering hasn't happened yet for all of Israel at the time that they're sealed, and so they're the first fruits in another sense. And so even if you want to say, oh well, they're the baby at Jesus' time. Well, here's the thing: these babies would have died 33 years before Christ even ascended to heaven and stuff like that. So there'd still be a time gap where these people would be the first. Technically speaking, these people would be first fruits before Christ was the first fruits. If you want to take that view,
No, so what I'm saying is that okay, before the crucifixion, um, okay, so Christ was born, and then there's babies that were died like within around the same time of his birth or 2 years. So that they like the timing of there is not really um an issue because it's like days, weeks, months, 1, 2 year olds involved. So there's like a broader range. Um, so maybe that's like a pro argument with the numbers, I guess. I guess the second thing is I'm saying that like yes, you're saying the first fruit of the resurrection, but I'm talking about the harvest of the first fruits itself. So since they already happened, I'm saying the harvest of the first fruits happened. They have to include, and this is what I was saying earlier, is that includes both Jesus and the 144,000 with the harvest of the first fruits. Because right now, where we're waiting and the roadmap eschatological is the harvest of the Feast of Weeks, which I associate with rapture. So I'm not really um, focusing on the resurrection, but since Christ has resurrection and he returned to heaven, he has been harvested to the Lord in the perspective of the Father. So I think you mentioning it not only reminded me, but I think it goes against because if this harvesting, this specific harvesting already happened, then how you can reconcile that the 144,000 were separated outside of the first fruits? They're literally called that.
well, what separated outside of the first fruits of what?
Because you refer to him as the first fruit of the well specifically you referred Christ as the first fruit of the
Yeah,
resurrection, but I was more like saying first fruits of the harvest.
yeah, but so when we say harvest, harvest has different applications. We just read in Revelation 14, there's a harvest that's negative, right? Which is
Yeah.
when people are back up and they're cast into the wrath of God. But there's also a harvest that's positive, and I argue the harvest that they're the first fruits of, according to Romans 11, and obviously the context of them being Israelites, is that they're the first fruits of the whole nation coming to faith. I think that that's what it's the first fruits of, because we know that they have to call upon the name of the Lord to be delivered, and they're going to be believing, like it says in Zechariah and Romans 11. So I think that that's what they're the first fruits of. I don't connect it with the resurrection in my opinion.
Well, I'm saying like these feasts happen like sequentially, like the fulfillments or in the parallels of the Passover has been done with the crucifixion. Then the unleavened bread um has been also fulfilled, and then we see another fulfillment of the feast of first fruits. So I'm saying like those gatherings because that's where it starts with the first fruits. It doesn't really start at the unleavened because there's three gatherings that happens in the first weeks and then trumpets. I'm saying in real time the gathering of the harvesting, all of the first fruits already happened, which I'm putting in that group Christ with his ascension and the 144,000 because they're following after him. So wherever he goes, they follow. So I think it's not an application of Revelation. I think Revelation is they've always been doing that as the
Right, yeah,
right.
yeah, but that I already like you're arguing from my perspective, and from my perspective, I didn't argue that they're following him in terms of they're at the exact same location he is, because he hasn't. He's still in heaven at this time. At least, again, in my view, this is the middle of the tribulation. They're still in heaven at this time. Or Jesus is still in heaven at this time. He's not come back to the earth yet, and
Oh, I see
so that
what you're saying because since Jesus is not on the earth, but then the 144,000 is, how can they be following? Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, in a sense, because like I like they wouldn't be following him in terms of they're all like obviously we know, for instance, when it says we will be with the Lord forever and first Thessalonians, that doesn't mean that we are going to be in the exact same proximity because there's going to be
Mm,
billions of people, right? It means that we're going to be with him in terms of we're also going to be with in the city and we're going to be under his reign and stuff like that. And so with these people that are following him, 144,000 people gathered around like the one man Jesus Christ. That's kind of insane. And so, and he's still in heaven at this time, obviously, because he's on the clouds of heaven. So these people wouldn't, I say, wouldn't be following him physically
yeah.
because they're on the earth. They following him in another sense. Yes.
Um. Okay. Maybe I'll stand back there. I guess it's just like what I'm trying to say. We're still waiting for the harvest of weeks, which will be like associated with rapture. But even just putting that to the side, I would say like this harvesting already has happened. Like I really don't see this harvest of the first fruit happening within the Great Tribulation because it's like it's happening out of order because we're like okay within the Feast of Trumpets, the Feast of First Fruit Harvest is also happening. Like I don't like when I'm thinking about it, my mind can't like wrap around it. Like I think they're happening sequentially order because after the Great Tribulation is the Feast of Tabernacles, if I'm mistaken. And what happens in there, like the other feast doesn't. Um, like literally when I read Revelation, I think 20 and 21. If I read back like what happens in the Feast of Tabernacles, it's almost like one to one when it talks about like the 1,000 year reign and stuff like that. Um, and so I don't really see other elements like replaying or an aspect of it into like what's supposed to happen sequentially. Like
You know, I would say with the first fruits thing, so like the first fruits is a metaphor, obviously, like it's because it says it even says that we are the first fruits, right? We are a kind of first fruits of his creatures. That applies to all believers. I mean, all people that are born again, at least right now, everyone who's born again, they are the first fruits, right? But obviously, they're not yet resurrected. We're not yet resurrected until the rapture, and
right.
so we're a different kind of first fruits. And so, in the same way, the metaphor also applies to these 144,000. Whether you think that it applies because they were slaughtered 2,000 years ago, or whether I take the view they're gonna be in the tribulation. I don't think that that changes sort of the metaphorical first fruits idea, right? The comparison, because I don't think it's like an out of order thing. I don't,
I,
I don't.
I'm saying like I don't think it's a metaphor. I think it's like a symbol. Like we're referred to like we have our own seclusive terms that refer to us, just to make the distinction we're not confusing with something else. Like that's why when you cited we're a different kind of first fruit, I think it's referred to just fruits, because fruits are not like apples, oranges, bananas. It's another word for wheat, the harvest. Because back, if again reading this back into Leviticus 23, it talks about harvesting these fruits. There's the first fruits and then there's fruits. But when I see what does that pertain to, it talks about the grain, the harvest of this specific grain. And when it's using that language, I know what it's referring to because within the grain there's different classification. Same thing that I'm reading into it. There's a harvest of first fruits. I know I'm not a part of that, but with the rapture, I know I'll be part of the greater harvest because with the text, with Acts 2, with Pentecost, the formation of church, it makes sense. These last 2,000 years, Romans 11 says the time. I think he in God's perspective, He sets 2 days to gathering these fruits, the greater harvest. And then afterwards is the Feast of Trumpets, which is like aligning with Jacob's trouble. That's what I'm getting because I see chronological. You know, that makes sense. Here's the roadmap that God is painting. Um, the harvest of the first fruit will be difficult to allocate that within the Feast of Trumpets because they happens, you know, afterwards. Like I've been actually reading like, okay, how do Jews know when to separate? Do they, because my question is, wait, did they separate all these in one day or is it okay, this happens in this amount of day and then this happens another day? And from all that I've gathered, they happen in succession. Once the Passover is done, it's unleavened. Once unleavened is done, then it's first fruits. So I don't really see um like them overlapping each other is what I'm trying to say. I do think that these are events that have many implications and many layers, but they don't really intermingle with one another. So I'm saying like these 144,000, it would make sense that because again, it's like how I see it from the Bible's linear chronological order. I guess like the last thing I will ask you would be how do you see the 144,000 being picked and selected if it's not being conflated with these other groups? Because it'll be very difficult to um, see that from the text. We're just like, oh yeah, God will pick them, and so I don't have to worry about it. Like, how do you, if it's not the church, if it's not the tribulation saints, how and where are they getting them, getting these people from?
When, what do you mean? How and when are they getting the?
So
Well,
the church is rapture, so we can't be like, okay, the 144,000 are just messianic Jews. So that's out of the question. That knocks out a whole lot. And then there's saints that receive these garments that the 144,000 doesn't have, according to Revelation 7. So there's going to be saints that come out of the tribulation. I argue it's not 144,000. That's too small. So if it's not the group that doesn't face the tribulation or the people that face the tribulation, where are you getting the 144,000 off? Because if let's say I just put against my position, if you and I are in the same position, where are we getting these people from?
in terms of where am I getting the people? So these people, in my view,
Hmm.
have never been in their exact number, and they have never existed in time until well, in terms of at the time the tribulation starts, they are already existent, but they're normal people, so they wouldn't live for 2,000 years, right? But like they're
Hmm.
not prophesied in Isaiah exactly. They're not exactly prophesied in Ezekiel. They're not prophesied in there's no number that lists these 144,000 as specifically. We only get it from Revelation. I'll admit that firsthand. We only get that from
Yeah.
Revelation. Um, but I would also say in terms of how they're picked. I mean, Revelation 14 lists them as those who were virgins, those who didn't defile themselves, those who were faithful. So they're fit for service. In terms of them being messianic Jews, so obviously for the church, so this is the timeline. Yeah, church is raptured. Technically speaking, we don't actually know the time frame before when the rapture occurs and when the tribulation starts. Because the tribulation does not start with the rapture. It starts with the signing of the Antichrist covenant,
Yeah.
according to Daniel chapter 9 and Second Thessalonians chapter 2. And so that technically speaking, and so there could be some amount of time, but I'll just say for the sake of argument 7 years. Even if it was the whole, you have 7 years of people getting saved. Again, I view chronologically, I view that this is also a timing thing. I do view that these people are sealed 144,000 during the midpoint of the tribulation. So that's like another timing issue. Um, and so because it's at the midpoint, you would have a sufficient amount of people, including this multitude, right? Because you have millions and millions and millions of people getting saved. I think that yeah, you have this 144,000 Jews that are have this specific service given to them, so that they won't die and that they won't face the judgments of the tribulation and they're obviously part of this greater group of people that got saved, the tribulation saints. And so that's when I would say it takes place, and that's who the people are. So yeah.
Okay, so they're still within the Great Tribulation, not accounting for those people in the rapture. But it happens in the first half of the Great Tribulation is when they're found and sealed. Am I
Yeah,
understanding that right?
yeah, I would say during the first half, because during the first half, you according to Revelation 6, you will have people that are martyrs. You will have people that are facing persecution for their faith. So you're going to have millions of people during the tribulation, even the first half, that come to faith in Jesus, right? And during that first half that come to faith in Jesus, yeah, a lot of them are going to be Jewish. And of these Jewish people, 144,000 of them are going to have these qualifications. And I mean, yeah, you're gonna have these people as servants.
Actually, there's only two things that get in the way of it. I guess I'll just hear like what do you have to say about it, and then we'll probably
Right.
like end it off from there. Um, what would be? I guess it'll be because of according to Revelation 7, the ones that come out of the tribulations are going to receive the white garments is a future expectation, even though they introduce 144,000. So there's like there's a difficulty to associate them to being one and the same or progressively a developmental thing. And I guess the second thing is again with the yet harming of the earth, because with Revelation 11, it happens um, at the midway point and afterwards. Same with 12 and 13. So 11, 12, 13 is halfway point and forward, right? But you're saying it happens within the 3.5. Maybe I have to like read into it much, but like I find it very difficult that in the first half years, 144,000 are going to be picked, made believers. Um,
And yeah, and then and so I would say, like, with that, with the multitude, I'm not saying that the multitude wouldn't include Jew wouldn't. So like the multitude, technically speaking, they're already dead.
yeah,
They so we grant they're both dead. They're dead. What I'm saying is that the 144,000 are living Jews. So, like, the multitude is the dead saints, whether they're Jew or Gentile. I'm not making that distinction, but I'm saying the 144,000 are living Jews during that first half of the tribulation, and then I would say at the midpoint, or somewhere around there, they're sealed, right? And
yeah.
God's
It's just difficult for me. Sorry to cut you off. It's difficult for me because like if the 144,000 are living Jews and they're going to be
yeah,
sealed, they will fit under the category of out of the tribulation because now they can't die anymore or they're protected while having like earthly
yeah,
vessels. So even though the texts say that these are coming out of the tribulation, the 144,000 are considered, but on a technicality from your viewpoint they were. That's where I'm having difficulty.
yeah. So like so they're out of tribulation, right? In terms of in terms of they were saved during the tribulation, right? They're part of the tribulation saints as a broader picture, but also remember that the multitude have come out of it in terms of they've died and they're now in heaven, right? So I think that distinction helps a lot more with understanding what's going on there. So I see two pictures: one on earth, and then the multitude in heaven.
Yeah, but and on a technicality, like you can't say the multitude are out of tribulation because they weren't involved in it. They were literally like
No,
preserved from it.
no, the multitude were not preserved from it. They're martyrs. They died during the judgment.
I'm saying the
You know.
multitude is like the people that have died previously and like what that got raptured. Whatever those two groups, that's where I'm including the multitude. Um, because it'll cover like every nation, um, every tongue, every tribe. Like literally, like doesn't even have like a number onto where and how. But like let's say like 200 years ago, there were nations that existed that that revelation is factoring in. So and the multitude is like these last individuals that were from the beginning pages of Genesis all the way to like um when the rapture happens, when all this multitude is finally up there present in the assembly of God. That would be like all who are considered of God. Um, I
So
guess, yeah.
would you say would you say that the multitude went through the tribulation or that they didn't go through? I'm just wondering.
The ones that are already in heaven that are like giving praise, right? Like those, they didn't participate in the great tribulation, but they had the tribulation, like generally speaking, according to Second Thessalonians 1, right? Or First Thessalonians? I forgot which one of the Thessalonians chapter 1 where it talks about us having trials and tribulation, but then there will be a specific tribulation to recompense the enemies. Um, I would say the multitude
Yeah.
never like participated, associated, or involved with the Great Tribulation.
Oh, wait, but doesn't it say in verse 14, these are the ones who come out of the great tribulation?
Which chapter? 7, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think it uses the word multitude because I thought you were referring to multitude before the saints that come out of the tribulation. Let me see.
Yeah. So I'm using multitude to describe those that died during the tribulation. So like I'll read Revelation 7. So it says in verse 9, after these things I looked, and behold, a great multitude which no one could count from every nation and from all the tribes, peoples, languages, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes and palm branches were in their hands, and they cried out with a loud voice, saying, Salvation belongs to our God who sits on the throne and to the Lamb. And all the angels.
Now I see what you're saying. No, so the 144,000 are not included with a great multitude. Now I see why you're questioning. I I
Yeah,
I, I don't see this as a like after this I beheld to like it's including or it's linking the 144,000 within the multitude. I think a multitude is like separate from the
yeah, I
144,000.
yeah, I'm not saying that they're part of the multitude. I'm saying that the multitude, so like I'm using multitude as a technical term for people who have died in the tribulation and are now in heaven, right? So like that's what I'm talking about. So like I do believe according to Revelation 7, the great multitude is those who have come out of the great tribulation. They're now dead. They're with, or at this time, they're dead. They're with the Lord, and the 144,000 is not dead. So therefore, they technically don't count in the multitude.
But what
Hopefully
makes you
that makes
think
sense.
that they died within the Great Tribulation on, let's say, on this chapter alone, and then like other chapters?
Yeah, it says because it says that it says these are the ones who have come out of the great tribulation.
No. Okay, so think about this, right? So let's say, because right now, from chapter 4, like chronologically, John is in heaven and he's seeing all these beings.
Yeah.
And this multitude is asking a question, and then these are the robes for those that come out of tribulation. So if you're saying this group died within the great tribulation, and then these are
No, no, no.
robes are for those those that come out of tribulation, isn't that kind of like confusing?
No, no, no. Okay, that's why I was going to read it. So it says,
Okay.
"After these things I looked, and behold." So we know that the great multitude can't exist. We know the great multitude can't exist until Revelation 7, because in Revelation 4, when he's looking at the elders and he looks at the throne and he looks at a book, a book that had seven seals on it,
Yeah.
that is what the Lamb takes. So that's definitely before the tribulation starts. These people are not in heaven. He never mentions them. So in Revelation 7 is the first time. So it says,
Mhm.
and behold, a multitude which no one could count, from every nation and from all the tribes, people, the languages, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed in white robes. And they, the great multitude, cried with loud voice. And then in verse 11, and all the angels were standing around, and all the 24 elders and the living creatures, and they, the 24 elders, fell on their faces and worshipped God, saying, Amen, blessing, wisdom, etc., etc. Then one of the others responded, saying to me, These who are clothed in white robes. Well, who are the ones who clothed in white robes? It's the people in verse 9, the great multitude. Okay. And it says, These who are clothed in white robes, who are they, and where have they come from? So one of the elders is saying this. And then John says, My Lord, you know. So he's basically saying, I don't know. And then the elder said to John, so the elder said
Yep.
to John, These, the ones clothed in white robes, which are the great multitude, these are the ones who have come out of the great tribulation. So he's saying that the people already clothed in the white robes have come out, are the ones who come out, or present tense are coming out of the great tribulation. Yeah, so I would say that the great multitude already was in the tribulation.
Okay, now hold on. Let me. Let's see, and one of the elders answered. Wait, what? Hold on. It's because I'm more familiar with KJV, and I'm seeing the
Yeah.
difference here. Hold on. Okay, so when I go to a great multitude, the KJV cross references Romans 11:25. So that's why, like, I'm kind of trying to see from your perspective, because my initial viewpoint is that the great multitude refers to the fullness of the Gentiles, but
Oh,
you see a little bit differently. So I'm trying to see right
yeah, I don't
what you
necessarily.
just read. So let me skip a little bit forward. Uh, Say amen, blessing, glory, okay, forever, amen. Verse 13. And one of the elders answered. But what was the question though? The answer just throws me off. Let me read the
Oh wait,
KJV version.
well, technically, so I'm reading the NASB,
Hmm.
which I believe is literal. It says one of the elders answered. The word for answered is technically just to give an answer to a question or to begin to speak, right? But always where something has preceded, either said to which the remarks after.
So
So,
wait,
it,
with that being said, are the elders asking this question?
the
Because
yeah,
that's what
so
I
the
thought it
el
was, right?
yeah, so the elders are responding, and they're asking a question to about the people that are saying salvation belongs to our God, and who sits on the throne of the Lamb, right? And so and so the elder is responding to that, and he's asking John, saying, who are these that have come out of great tribulation? So the elders can't be part of the great multitude, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense, because they would know who the multitude are. It's them, right? Or it's part of them, right? So I would say the multitude is not the church. I would say the multitude is separate from it, and they are the ones, according to verse 14, who are coming out, present tense, of the great tribulation, of the great tribulation. So it gives it a name.
Okay. I'm just confused because I thought the elders are the one who asking this confusion, but since like you read it over and over again, like now I'm thrown off. Then one of the elders answered, saying to me, "Who are these arrayed in white robes, and where did they come from?" Who is asking that?
Yeah, the elder is
Okay,
asking that
okay.
to.
And I said to him, so this is John responding, sir, you know. So he said to me, isn't this a rhetoric? Like, don't they know, but they're just asking John, but they
Yeah,
already know the answer?
God does this too. He says, "Hey, where are you?" Or he says, "Who told you that you were naked?" You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
okay. It is a
obviously,
rhetoric. All right. I was so thrown off. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with you to an extent. So I think like the elders do know. I think they're just asking a rhetoric to John and by extension the reader, who are these robes for? Because these people have these robes, but then there's robes for those that come out of tribulation, is how
well,
I understand
yeah.
this.
The thing is, though, it says these who are clothed. So it's not that it's just the clothes themselves. It's the people themselves. The people that are clothed in white robes, which we know from Revelation 7:9 is the great multitude, because it says a great multitude out of every tribe, tongue, and nation, clothed in white robes. So the great multitude are presently clothed in the white robes at the for what John is talking about. And it says, and then the elder asked, okay, who are these people? And then he responds, these, again, the people clothed in white robes, are the ones who are coming out. So it's not that the clothes are for the people, it's that the people themselves are already clothed at this time. Hopefully that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, okay. I think I'm seeing from your perspective. They shouldn't need hungry anymore. So, um, okay, now I'm trying to see. I'm understanding a little bit from your perspective now. Not reading this over and over again. Okay, so the ones that are clothed are the elders or the multitude?
The,
Just
the
asking for
multi-
clarification. Okay, the multitude. Um, but the multitude are not the 144,000?
no, they're not. No, they're not. So they're not the 144,000, and they're not the elders, and they're not the living creatures, and
Okay.
they're not the so a few things they're definitely not. But then it tells you in verse 14, it tells you who they are.
Okay, yeah, I think I can agree to this. Maybe it kind of fixed my view because I knew that the elders, the tribulation saints, um, the four living creatures and the elders are interchangeable. I think you made an extra distinction. So I could either call them the great tribulation saints or the multitude. I'm completely fine with this because I think I'll use this verse to be like, oh, how can I know people within the Great Tribulation can be saved regardless if they're an Israelite or not? And this will be one of them. Okay,
Right.
okay, this I agree with it. So I guess the original question that begged, how does this help with 144,000?
I mean, you're the one who asked it. I was just trying to give an answer to if I thought they were separate, and I think I did a good job at that.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely did. Like I was stuck in the weeds a bit because like I was kind of confused by the language, but okay, so if the 144,000 are not part of the multitude, which we agree, and thankfully we're out of this like bush. Um, wouldn't that get in the way of like the 144,000 being redeemed from the Great Tribulation? It's because of technicality. Like if these are receiving the white garments, but the 144,000 are not receiving these same white garments, how like
There,
they can't be redeemed by the blood. They have to be redeemed in a different sense.
not so regarding the white robes, I think the white robes are something you get whether you are a tribulation believer or a church believer. There's something you get in the future. I don't believe like these specific white robes, which we also see the elders have as well. These people with white robes, you get them at the rapture. I think it's eschatological. It's and of course with it's when you're in heaven and stuff like that. So I would argue that no, they don't have them yet. These whether you're a tribulation saint or the 144,000, you don't have them yet until you die. Um, and I would additionally say that these 144,000 um uh in terms of them, like they are redeemed from the earth. But as I said before, I agree with you. I don't believe the redeemed language is talking about salvation in terms of redeemed
I
by
agree.
Christ's blood. I agree. I do, but I do believe it is about service. It's about being redeemed in terms of separated for a position of service.
Okay.
That's what I would say.
Okay,
And
so
and I think
I'll just clarify this then because like I find it difficult to for you to elaborate on this. I take the white garments as you receiving the gospel, and you were bathed, you were basically justified, made right with God by the blood. So definitely the covenant, the gospel is involved. Whoever believes they receive the salvation. It's just one of those phrases. But and we're agreeing that the redeemed isn't that by the term, and I'm assuming the Greek as well. So how can the 144,000 be redeemed in a different sense if it's not by the blood? Like I see a
well,
disparity there.
because I would still say that they're so again, even in my view, the redeemed here is would not be about positional salvation. But I wouldn't say that they're not positionally saved though by the same blood of Jesus. I think even you would say that even babies are saved because of Jesus's death, right? Even babies
Um,
I don't know. Maybe you'd say Jesus. It's not
so
necessarily. I
that's
don't
why
know.
I'm saying like it makes sense from my viewpoint that like they were redeemed, uh, not by the blood, but still redeemed regardless. Like they are experiencing some type of salvation. The blood, uh, regardless of the blood, they're still redeemed is what I'm trying to say it. Like back in the Old Testament, right? Even in Genesis 6, all those people that died, like you know how people frame this like, oh, how could God kill babies and like in the accounts of Joshua and this, that, and the other. I'm like, well, they get to God. Go to God. They don't have to suffer. They don't have to grow. They don't have to sin. They don't have to deal with the things. You know, they're in a better place than us, to be honest. Like, you know, if I had the option to switch places, I would. But then existentially, I'm like, dang, like somebody else is suffering in place of me. So that's another thing. But besides the point, they are redeemed outside of the blood. That is possible. But the only way that is possible is if you have yet to sin, which is, you know, obviously like the only way that's possible is if you died from in a very, very early age. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I would say yeah, and I think that we can agree that they haven't sinned. I would still say, in my opinion, because again, the scripts doesn't expound on this. Like for this, did you know that there's over 70 million abortions every year?
Yeah, it's
Think
crazy,
about
and
that.
it's getting higher. Yeah.
It's that means that 70 million and by the way only 130 million people are actually born each year, and even a lot of them, well, not a lot, but like millions of them still die early. So like we have 70 to 75 million people under the age of accountability that have
Yep.
died, um and they haven't had the knowledge of sin. They haven't been able to sin in that sense. There's like that would be like, so many millions of people that like the scripture doesn't really talk about, but technically, I guess in your view, would all of these people also be saved apart from like a large section of people that are born or yet to be born or could have been born, that all of these people were saved apart from Jesus's death?
Yeah. Because this covers like every instance in the Bible where these people are innocent. They're literally innocent. There's no other word. If you want to use innocent virgin, I'm using it both because like they're one and the same in this context. But this covers all of it. Like that's why I don't have a discrepancy. I don't worry about them. Like God forbid, if I were to lose a child or experience somebody that I'm very close to, they experience a child, I wouldn't grieve as much because what gives me peace in my mind, they are in heaven. Like they're saved from so many things. Um, even like years ago like tribulation wasn't a thing. It was like distant from, relatively speaking, from there, but they're saved in so many ways, even Before after the cross, that hasn't been changed because it's not really an exception. It's just like, well, you can't judge somebody what they didn't do, therefore they're innocent by default. It just makes sense.
Well, I mean, I would say in some sense, I can see that, but I would still say that anyone that is saved, um, is saved because of Jesus' death, which is really an extension of God's grace. Like even the reason that God can give heaven to these babies is because of His grace, which is ultimately emphasized in the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus. That's more of a theological difference. I think I would say in this text, um, I think yeah, in your view, they wouldn't be redeemed by Christ's blood. Just because it doesn't just because it doesn't say that explicitly in the text doesn't mean that it's not true. And the reason I know this is because in Revelation 14, it talks about those who keep the commandments of God and have the faith of Jesus, i.e., the tribulation saints, and they're alive. And it doesn't say that these people are redeemed by the blood, but we obviously know that they are and that they're saved and that they're saved by Christ's blood.
Yeah, I
But
think I think the important distinction here is that like this, for instance, like with or without the crucifixion, these individuals would have experienced this regardless, if God died or not. Um, in terms of the crucifixion. Now, I would say like with the crucifixion, at least people that have unfortunately aborted the baby, they can be reconciled, even though they sacrifice their child essentially. Um, so like there, I want to say it's irrelevant, but I'm saying like the reason why they're heaven is different from you and I. But at least the benefit of the doubt is that the individuals that, unfortunately sacrifice their offspring can be redeemed by Christ's sacrifice. So there's like, uh, a segue there, but nevertheless, I
yeah.
think the distinctions are fair because like I want to I want to see this linkage between these 144,000 virgins um, being linked into Christ's crucifixion.
Okay.
Like it doesn't even have to be in
And
this text. Like this could be one of them. Maybe we have to dig deep further, but I want to see if there's an actual correlation, is what I'm asking.
okay. Um, what you mean a correlate? So you would want there to be a text that explicitly linked these 144,000 to them being redeemed by Jesus' blood or something like that?
Yeah, at least something so I can tangibly like, okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because if this text doesn't suffice it, I'll grant you maybe somewhere else that does it because we have seen language for those that have sinned, but at least we have this alternative, which is the crucifixion, the atonement. That is literally for our benefit. Like Christ didn't have to do that for us. He didn't need to. He didn't need to prove a point, but he did it out of love. That I can understand. But if I see like a correlation, whether it be implicit or directly, like there needs to be something to substantiate that, I guess. Because I want to agree and view from your position, but like I don't. From what I
Oh,
read, I haven't seen that. Maybe you can state that otherwise.
yeah, like for instance, I quoted Revelation 14. It says, "Here is the perseverance of the saints who keep the commandments of God and their faith in Jesus." Now, it doesn't mention anywhere in this text or anywhere else that these people, these saints, have been purchased by Jesus's blood. Revelation 14, verse 12.
The faith. Okay. All right. So the keeping of the commandments and faith. Okay. All right. I think I'm starting to pick up what you're trying to drop down.
Yeah, so
So
does it
yeah.
appear in Revelation about these people and that they're redeemed by Jesus's blood?
Okay. What verse you reading? So I can current track with you.
Verse 12.
7, right? Okay. Here it is. um. Wait, oh no, you're reading Revelation 14, right?
Yeah, verse 12.
Okay, okay, okay. I was reading on 7. Here's the patience of the saints. Here are those uh, who kept the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus. Okay, all right. Now what?
Uh, is there any text that says that these people have anywhere been redeemed by Jesus' blood?
I think these are referring to those that are are in the Great Tribulation.
Yeah, but it doesn't. But they're alive,
Yep.
right? As we know, but it doesn't say anything about blood there.
That indicate why they're being called saints at all, right? That's where you're coming from.
Yeah, the point I'm trying to make is that I mean, so like, I don't think there has to be so like, for instance, you were trying to argue that even though it doesn't say in the text in Matthew chapter 2 that okay, it technically doesn't say that he went into Egypt and he went into these other places. It could have been the case,
Hmm.
right? It could have, and even though it technically doesn't say that, and I argued, okay, why I think they went to Egypt, but now in Revelation 7, you're sort of demanding that I say that I connect these 144,000, which are only mentioned like twice, in the entire Bible. You would want me to say, okay, would there have to be a text that references these specific people with the redemption of Jesus' blood? I mean, they're mentioned twice. I wouldn't have
Well,
anything to go off.
I wouldn't say demanding. I think like okay, like since you and both acknowledge, because it happened in acknowledgement, we acknowledge that the redeemed from the earth is not by the blood, and then like now we have to be like okay, then what is how they're being redeemed? Because the redeeming part is not what I'm having difficulty from my perspective. You already know from this like hour or so conversation, what does that entail for me? But I'm gonna ask what's entailing for you because it seems like you're kind of both sides of the fence. You're saying it's not by the blood, but then they're still saved to the blood regardless.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
what? Yeah, that's
Well,
where I'm
I
confused at.
I would say this is true for anyone, right? Anyone who, even an adult, Old Testament, saying adult, any saint who's saved, we know is saved by the blood of Jesus. And so there doesn't have to be a text that tells me, okay, these people are specifically saved by the blood of Jesus. Like it doesn't say Abraham, I think. It doesn't
Yep.
say Abraham was saved by the blood of Jesus, but we obviously know that he was. He had faith in God, he was imputed righteousness. And so even regardless of that explicit statement, it's still true. It's still like a true statement. And so that's not me trying to
Okay,
dodge
I
it.
see
It's
where
just
you're
saying,
coming from. Well,
yeah, I mean,
I think the error is that you think like saint is like automatically a term of those that got redeemed by the blood. That's where you're basically arguing from.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that anyone who is who's saved because of Jesus.
Yeah, so I like for me, if I see like anything like that mentions the blood or at least imply or incline it, then obviously they're using some kind of tool, term or language to like point to that. I don't see that for the word saint. Because that word can be interchangeably, not interchangeably, in another sense can be used for experientially. Like I could
Correct.
say like oh him doing a charitable act he's such a saint but like even if
Right.
I'm like not positionally saved
Right.
that
Well, technically speaking, in the
mhm.
Bible, that's in regular speech, but in the Bible, saint, it either refers only to like to all saved people. It refers to saved people at a particular point. It refers to saved people that are also disciples because they're saintly in their
Right.
behavior. But as far as I know, it does not refer to an unbeliever.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
not even leading up to it. I'm just saying like saints covers a whole lot of senses but you're trying to default it that it has to come from the blood which I'm actually
well,
trying to argue from your point like saint can be applied to somebody regardless of the blood
Well, I mean, we're sanctified saints by the blood of Jesus.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
you just
Hebrews
argued
chapter.
Abraham. Like I'm not even disagreeing with you. I like that example you brought up. Abraham, even though at that time it was before the crucifixion, he's still saying I'm agreeing with you, but you know, like for me, and in order for me to reconcile that, because I know you and I disagree on this, and we're not gonna get into that rabbit hole, because I think we we talked enough. Um, yeah, we did. You know, every time I want to finish it, we keep bringing up more points. I think, you know what? We're just gonna leave it there, bro. Because if we don't stop, bro, we're gonna keep on going. Because I know you, you know me, and we can literally go until like 3 in the morning about this. So let's just leave it like that. Because I was gonna bring up the doctrine of harrowing hell, and you know, I already know that it's gonna be an hour. So yeah.
That's a whole other. But yeah, so to conclude, to conclude for our audience who's been watching this for what four? I like is it still live? I think it should be.
I think it stopped at one point because I just noticed that the live feed kind of freeze, but I did record it, so it's 4 hours, literally 4 hours.
So for the audience that will watch this in the future, we spent a majority, I would say like a plurality, majority plurality. I don't know. Yeah, I would say definitely a plurality of our time on the 144,000. My view is the standard dispensationalist view. It refers to 144,000 living Jews um, that are saved during the tribulation, and they have the seal of God in the midpoint somewhere around there. And Omni's view is that it refers most